Chapter 820, A Group of Lunatics. Guild Leader. Sindhart's asking price shocked the several upper echelons he had with him. These were 5 high-potential, golden lands. I know what I'm doing. Sindhart barked, having made up his mind. Originally, he had intended to raid great lords for some level 40 top-tier equipment and sell the items. However, they were not strong enough to take down level 40+ great lords. The only option they had left to earn a large sum of coins quickly was to sell these 5 plots of land. However, they could not sell the land to anyone in the Twin Towers Kingdom. King's Return had already declared their stance in the Twin Towers Kingdom, and nobody was willing to provoke the Super Guild. However, with zero wing strength, even a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been forced to back down. Hence, Zero Wing should not fear King's Return at all. Moreover, only a large guild like Zero Wing had the financial strength to spend 13,000 gold. Zero Wing occupied a treasured land like the Stone Forest town. The magic crystals and coins the town generated could tempt even first-rate guilds. Although there were guilds in their kingdom that did not fear King's Return, these guilds would need a relatively long time to gather the required money. Unfortunately, Sindhart could not afford to wait. 13,000 gold? Feng had never expected Sindhart to sell these lands for so little. Based on the current market, these lands were roughly worth 20,000 gold. Even at that price, many people would fight over them. Now, however, Sindhart wanted to sell them for 13,000 gold. Feng could profit greatly if he bought them. Not to mention, Star Moon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom were neighbors. These lands could benefit Zero Wing when it expanded towards the Twin Towers Kingdom. It seems that Sindhart has been backed into a corner. Feng could more or less understand Sindhart's current predicament after seeing the man's anxiety. In Feng's previous life, however, immortal light had never ceased to exist. This showed that King's Return had not wiped out immortal light in the past. Moreover, he had never heard of King's Return attacking immortal light. Immortal light had most likely relied on itself to solve this problem. Alright, we'll buy these 5 plots of land. Feng nodded. Only, we'll need some time to prepare such a large sum. Why don't we conduct the trade in 3 days? 3 days? Sindhart pondered for a moment. Quickly, his tense expression relaxed as he responded, "Thank you. I'll visit Zero Wing personally." Following which, Sindhart led his guild members away from South Lake City. Guild Leader, are we really going to oppose King's Return? Aqua Rose asked Feng through a private message. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could not compare to King's Return. Moreover, Glory Empire was not far from Star Moon Kingdom. Once mounts were available in God's domain, the Super Guild's threat to Zero Wing would not be a laughing matter. Don't worry. We're just conducting business. If we stop doing business just because a Super Guild demanded it, we might as well give up competing for dominance over God's domain, Feng said, shaking his head. Moreover, this isn't a major issue. If King's Return were truly angry, it would have annihilated Immortal Light already. If the Super Guild struck, Immortal Light would have no power to resist. Sindhart had helped him in the past. Now, he was only returning the favor. Moreover, he could make a huge profit with this trade and secure Sindhart's gratitude. If Sindhart owed him a debt, he might be able to poach Sindhart into Zero Wing in the future. Why wouldn't he accept such an offer? Indeed. If we can obtain those 5 plots of land, the Candlelight Trading Firm can start its development in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Aqua Rose agreed with Feng's reason. Zero Wing was no longer the weak, little guild it had been. If they cowered from such a small issue, developing the guild in the future would be a problem. If King's Return truly wanted to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to consider its options carefully. The Super Guild was not powerful enough to annihilate Zero Wing in Star Moon Kingdom. Zero Wing really is amazing. They're not even afraid of King's return. Deathwind had never imagined that Xiaofan would agree to Sindhart's offer so decisively. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The Wind God's spear was already impressive for standing up against the first-rate guilds in the Dark Knight Empire. However, Zero Wing was far more amazing. The guild was not even afraid of the titans of the virtual gaming world. I wonder when the Wind God's spear will conduct itself like Zero Wing? Deathwind's mind wandered. Maybe joining a guild like Zero Wing isn't a bad idea. At this moment, Autumn Goose envied Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. After Immortal Light departed, Xiaofan led the team on a hunt for more Great Lords. With the coordinates Sindhart had provided, the team quickly cleared a path towards these Great Lords. The Great Lords behind city walls were no challenge for Zero Wing's core members. The only issue they encountered was their berserk skills cooldowns. Fortunately, however, not every Great Lord required their berserk skills. For 2 days, Xiaofan and the others spent their time either killing Great Lords or clearing a path through random monsters towards Great Lords. Time passed leisurely as they learned more about each other. Over these 2 days, their experience bars had risen rapidly due to the large mobs of monsters they killed. Not only had Xiaofan reached level 40, but Aqua Rose and the others had also hit level 40. This is the last one. Thoughtful Rain looked at the fallen Great Lord as she collected her 20th Great Lord's life force. Oh. Not bad. We actually got another Abyss set piece, Xiaofan said after appraising the 3 pieces of equipment he had picked up. Smiling, he said, now, we only need 2 more to complete the Abyss set for Berserkers. Although he had used Divine Providence for every Great Lord they had killed during the past 2 days, the Abyss set equipment's drop rate was simply too low. Even with his boosted luck attribute, a limited number of pieces had dropped. Fortunately, the Great Lords in South Lake City only seemed to drop the Abyss set for Berserkers. Otherwise, they would not have gathered 6 pieces. Our job is finally done here. Autumn Goose released a sigh of relief after watching Thoughtful Rain collect the final life force. If not for Zero Wing's help, they would never have killed 20 level 40 Great Lords in 3 days. In the end, the level 100, Tier 3 NPC would have hunted them down until they quit God's domain. However, after realizing that they had completed their quest, Autumn Goose was slightly disappointed. While grinding monsters and raiding bosses with Xiaofan and his team, not only had they enjoyed chatting with each other, but she had also learned several techniques from Zero Wing's core members. Now that their quest was complete, they would have to go their separate ways, and she could not help her slight reluctance. Leader, since we have completed the quest, it's time to deal with the other issue, right? Fire Dance asked as she turned to the gigantic bone dragon in the sky, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. The rest of the team laughed at Fire Dance's jubilance. It was definitely not their style to leave a Grand Lord alone. To avoid any unnecessary risks, they had avoided challenging the Frostbone Dragon. Now that they had finished their main objective, however, they had to kill the Grand Lord. That's a level 45 Grand Lord you're talking about. Autumn Goose could not believe that these members from Zero Wing actually considered raiding the dragon. They were insane. How can we possibly win against that with so few people? It might have been impossible before, but it is definitely possible now, Xiaofan said, laughing. He then retrieved a dark gold flute from his bag. Complex runes decorated the flute, and it emitted a faint pressure. Chapter 821, Demonic Flame Tiger. Is it really possible? Autumn Goose muttered doubtfully. Chills crawled down her spine despite the Frostbone Dragon being so far away, her instincts constantly warning her of the danger. Every time the bone dragon flapped its massive wings, the sounds of explosions rang through the air. Even a fool could see the difference between the Grand Lord and a mere Great Lord. The two were on entirely different levels. Xiaofan understood this fact as well. The Frostbone Dragon was South Lake City's final boss. Of course, it wouldn't be an easy opponent. Fortunately, however, he had two powerful trump cards. They still had a chance of victory. Moreover, it wouldn't be a major issue if they died. At worst, they would be teleported out of the Abyss battlefield. They would not suffer the usual death penalties. Following which, Xiaofan played the dark gold flute, the sweet sound echoing throughout South Lake City. Rar! With a roar, a golden magic array appeared before Xiaofan. Suddenly, a massive black tiger leaped out of the array. The massive tiger stood over 4 meters tall. Black flames covered its razor-sharp claws, exquisite black armor wrapped around its body. Just by standing there, the tiger's flames increased the surrounding temperature significantly. The ground beneath its feet melted under the scorching heat. The tiger was too hot to approach. What's that? Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of the black, flaming beast. It's a mount, of course. Xiaofan walked up to the giant tiger and rubbed the soft fur on its head. He was quite satisfied with his mount. Demonic Flame Tiger, Dark Gold Mount. Level 40. HP 1020000/1020000. In the past, the best mount Xiaofan had ridden was only fine gold rank. In this life, however, he had obtained a dark gold mount after killing Noya, a guardian boss in the Dark Denver. Mounts were extremely useful to players in field battles, especially a dark gold mount. Even a bronze mount already possessed certain combat capabilities, assisting players in battle. After reaching dark gold rank, the mount was the equivalent of a chieftain of the same level. Although a chieftain might not be anything to a top-tier expert, a dark gold mount's true power did not lie in its damage-dealing abilities. Such a thing was only useful to ordinary players. The true value of a dark gold mount lay in its support skills. Having a dark gold mount was the equivalent of having a player with support skills by one side. Sure enough, a dark gold mount's skills are very powerful. Xiaofan was slightly surprised after he examined the Demonic Flame Tiger's skill menu. A level 40 fine gold mount only had 2 support skills. One was single target skill, while the other was an AoE skill. However, a level 40 dark gold mount had 3 support skills, with one being a single target skill and the other 2 being AoE skills. Synergy, passive skill. While within 100 yards of the Demonic Flame Tiger, all attributes of owner increase by 10%. Battle Roar. The Demonic Flame Tiger releases a deafening roar. All allies within 20 yards experience a 20% damage increase, movement speed increased by 20%, and attack speed increased by 30% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Dark Blessing. All allies within 20 yards gain 100 points of magic resistance, 20% damage reduction, and all attributes increased by 10% for 30 minutes. Cooldown, 10 hours. These 3 skills alone could raise the strength of the entire team by a huge margin. This was the value of dark gold mounts. A mount? Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard Xiaofang's explanation. This can't be true, right? The Demonic Flame Tiger before them looked absolutely stunning. Moreover, they felt a heavy pressure from it. Based on its HP, it should be at least as powerful as a chieftain. A monster like the Demonic Flame Tiger could even serve as the boss in a party dungeon, yet such a powerful monster was actually a mount. This shattered any knowledge they had about mounts. What rank is this mount? Secret Silver? Fine Gold? Everyone nearly drooled as they stared at the Demonic Flame Tiger. With its imposing might and its majestic appearance, the Demonic Tiger would be the center of attention regardless of where it was. It's just dark gold rank, Xiaofan said as he tapped the Demonic Flame Tiger's front paw. The Demonic Tiger obediently bent down before Xiaofan, its dignified behavior vanishing. Feng's team members shot him a disdainful glare. It's just dark gold rank? Even though they had already reached level 40, none of them even had a common mount. They just hoped to obtain a bronze or mysterious iron mount. They wouldn't even dare dream of owning a secret silver mount, let alone a fine gold mount. They had never even expected to see a dark gold mount. After we leave the battlefield, I must find my own dark gold mount to show off. Blackie declared as he drooled over the demonic flame tiger that was the size of a small house. He could not help but fantasize about riding his own demonic tiger down White River City streets. He would be the object of everyone's envy. Just the thought gave him chills. The other team members nodded in agreement. The horses one could buy in cities were garbage compared to the demonic flame tiger. Only a mount like the demonic flame tiger could be considered a real mount. This is not the time for this. Everyone, head to your appointed locations. Aqua, cast Song of Sprites on me, Feng commanded. The epic-ranked staff Song of Beatrice he had previously given Aqua Rose had a very powerful skill, the Song of Sprites. It could amplify the effects of a specific spell. When used on large-scale destruction spells and summoning skills, this skill was incredibly powerful. Feng had long since used up his magic amplification scroll. The Song of Sprites was the perfect skill to replace it. Following which, Feng summoned the Demon Gate. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites on Feng, instantly buffing the demon summoning by 300%. In the next moment, a Tier 3 battle demon wielding a two-handed sword in one hand emerged from the Demon Gate. Battle Demon, Demon. Level 55. HP 14,000,000/14,000,000. It was a success. Seeing the Tier 3 battle demon step away from the Demon Gate, Feng used the Bible of Darkness's ability to rob the battle demon of its will, turning it into a puppet. Is this Feng and these core members' true strength? The instant the battle demon appeared, Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others were stunned. A Tier 3 demon was the equivalent of a Great Lord-ranked monster. It was also level 55. That monster could kill them instantly. Just how powerful is Zero Wing? Autumn Goose and the others struggled with their shock. Only now did they finally understand why Zero Wing's members had been so calm against all of those great lords. They even wanted to take on the Frostbone Dragon. With such a powerful summoned monster, even with so few members, it was not entirely impossible to defeat the level 45 Grand Lord. Chapter 822, Adjudicator. Glory Empire, Imperial Capital Light City. As the main headquarters of the Super Guild King's return, Light City's prosperity surpassed even that of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital. The player population alone exceeded the capital's by 15 million. The player population wasn't the only indicator of Light City's prosperity, players' levels also displayed the city's success. Currently, God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 32, while some of the more powerful elite players had reached level 35. However, if one wandered the streets of Light City, they would easily spot level 35 elite players. From time to time, one would also notice level 36 or level 37 independent players. The capital cities of various kingdoms and ordinary empires could not hold a candle to Light City. The reason behind the high levels of Light City's players was none other than the Super Guild King's return. Super Guilds had very long histories in the virtual gaming world. Normally, these Super Guilds had their own means of nurturing experts, and they had no need to recruit powerful players from elsewhere. Moreover, the experts who enjoyed Super Guild's nurturing would always rank as the top rookies of the year in the virtual gaming world, instantly becoming well-known experts. Their personal value would soar by several times. Countless players held this long-cherished dream of gaining overnight fame and riches. Hence, every year, swarms of young players would take part in the internal exam of super guilds, fighting to gain membership and participate in the guild's expert training programs. Aside from nurturing its own experts from scratch, King's Return, a super guild that had already existed for a long time, did recruit some experts from elsewhere as well. These experts would become internal members and receive a multitude of resources. If any of these experts became one of the year's top newcomers, they might even earn the privilege of becoming one of the guild's upper echelons. If that happened, they would not have to worry about a lack of money for the rest of their lives. Aqua Rose and Purple Eye were both such players. However, they had chosen their own paths. Hence, after finishing their training and paying a certain price, they left their super guild. Meanwhile, King's Return was once again recruiting experts. Hence, many players throughout God's domain had come to Light City, hoping to join King's Return. There was no lack of expert players among the crowd. Currently, many players were lined up inside King's Return's guild residence, giving the place a lively atmosphere. However, when two men entered the guild residence's main hall, the room fell silent, every gaze shifting towards these two people. Of these two, one was a middle-aged man wearing black armor. He also carried a great sword with inscribed runes, a chill radiating from the weapon. This man was a level 38 berserker. A handsome, younger man stood beside the berserker with an unruly temperament. The young man carried a staff made of sapphire crystal and wore a set of grey mage robes. Faint arcs of grey electricity surrounded his body. This man was a level 38 elementalist. Even in the entire Glory Empire, these people's level could rank at the very top. Isn't that the Thunder Sword, Broken City? I actually get to meet one of King's Return's upper echelons. I'm so lucky today. The person beside Broken City seems to be the newly promoted Adjudicator of King's Return, Hell Fiend. I never thought that he would be so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Immediately, the various players in the main hall fell into heated discussions among themselves, reverence filling their eyes as they gazed at the two latest arrivals. Every one of these players dreamed of joining the ranks of King's Return's upper echelons or obtaining the title of the guild's Adjudicator one day. Hell Fiend, in particular, had obtained the position of King's Return's Adjudicator at such a young age. This had been unheard of in the Super Guild's long history. Generally, experts could become an Adjudicator only after many years of arduous training. The title should be out of the reach of a rookie like Hell Fiend, yet the youth had managed to obtain it. Under the crowd's watchful eye, Broken City and Hell Fiend walked into a small meeting room. A man in a black cloak had been waiting in the meeting room for quite some time. When this man noticed the two people enter the room, he immediately stood to welcome them. Hand me the files and items. Also, give me a summary of the situation, Broken City commanded gruffly. Understood, the cloaked man nodded. He then handed over a box and a folder before saying, originally, the plan had proceeded quite smoothly. However, Sind Heart encountered Zero Wing's upper echelons. Moreover, Zero Wing's people agreed to Sind Heart's offer, and they are willing to purchase the 5 plots of land. Sind Heart will be to Zero Wing to complete the trade today. Do those people from Zero Wing not know about our warning? Hell Fiend asked coldly, frowning. Sind Heart had taken the initiative to reveal the situation to them. However, Zero Wing agreed to the purchase on the spot as if King's Return means nothing to them, the cloaked man reported anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead as he felt the weight of Hell Fiend's gaze. Pang! Zero Wing is taking us too lightly. Rage flashed in Hell Fiend's eyes as he slammed his staff into the ground, cracking it. There is no reason to be anxious. They have yet to conduct the trade, so we still have time to do something about it. I'll have someone send Zero Wing's guild leader a light warning. I believe Zero Wing will make the right choice, Broken City said, chuckling. If Zero Wing truly refuses to listen, it won't be too late for us to act. I understand, Uncle Broken, Hell Fiend said as he suppressed the rage in his heart. To him, this matter was of utmost importance. If Zero Wing dared to interfere, he did not mind annihilating the upstart guild. Elsewhere, Feng directed his team's battle preparations. Fire, flying, minor, lure the surrounding monsters to us. Rain, get ready to use waterfall. Blackie, get ready to use stars of light. After Feng summoned the Tier 3 battle demon, he did not rush to take on the Frostbone Dragon. A level 45 Grand Lord was simply too powerful for current players. Furthermore, the slightest mistake while the team fought inside a monster next could result in a team wipe. Clearing the surrounding monsters was a must, particularly when facing a guardian boss like the Frostbone Dragon. All guardian bosses possessed a similar ability, Life Devour. If a team did not respond to this passive skill appropriately, it would not matter how many players charged at a guardian boss. Everyone would simply charge towards their graves. Life Devour allowed guardian bosses to absorb all life force within a radius of 1,000 yards. Be they players or monsters, all those in range would lose 1% of their HPs every 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the guardian boss would absorb this HP. Hence, when going up against a guardian boss, too many people was not always a good thing. Guardian bosses usually had very high HP, chances were high that players could not even deal enough damage to these bosses to overcome their innate battle recovery. Moreover, when fighting a Grand Lord like the Frostbone Dragon, players' stamina consumption rate would be very high. They could not afford to fight a battle of attrition against such bosses. In the end, players would die from exhaustion. Finally, after over an hour, Feng's team managed to clear all of the monsters within the Frostbone Dragon's range of activity. Move out. Following which, Feng directed the battle demon to charge at the Frostbone Dragon. He also activated the demonic Flame Tiger's Battle Roar and Dark Blessing. Immediately, the entire team's attributes and magic resistance rose by a large margin. Chapter 823, Monster Level Battle. Groar. When the battle demon was within 200 yards of the boss, the Frostbone Dragon sensed the demon's presence. As it released a furious roar, the Grand Lord flapped its massive bone wings. The generated gust prevented the battle demon from approaching. Before the wind came to an end, the Frostbone Dragon stretched open its jaws. Suddenly, a storm broke out, covering a 200-yard radius, and a seemingly endless amount of mana gathered in the bone dragon's mouth. Damn it, it's using dragon breath. Realizing what he was seeing, Feng hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, get away from the bone dragon's front." Feng's command confused Aqua Rose and the others. They were currently over 300 yards away from the Grand Lord. At such a distance, the bone dragon's attack should not be a threat. However, seeing at Feng's anxious expression, the Zero-Wing team did not dare to be careless as they rushed to the sides. Due to Battle Roar and Dark Blessing, everyone's attributes had received a significant boost. Their movement speeds had also increased massively. In the end, they managed to move just as the mana in the Grand Lord's mouth reached a critical level. Before the team could relax, however, they suddenly felt a chill from behind them, and they could not help their shivers. Instantly, a beam of white light devoured the buildings behind them. How is this possible? Aqua Rose could not believe her eyes. The 600-yard stretch before the Frostbone Dragon had transformed into a frozen tundra. Had they not dodged the breath attack in time, they would have lost their lives. How can a Grand Lord be so powerful? The crowd gasped collectively. With such a wide and long-ranged AoE attack, even an army of 10,000 players would die instantly. Alright, snap out of it. Let the battle demon pin the Frostbone Dragon down. Everyone else, attack from the dragon's sides. Absolutely do not stand in front of it, Feng immediately commanded, not finding the Grand Lord's powerful attack one bit surprising. The Frostbone Dragon ruled over a city. Zerg tactics would never be enough for players to kill it. If not for his ability to summon a Tier 3 demon, he would not risk everyone's lives by provoking such a boss. Although the Frostbone Dragon was more powerful than their team, it was only a level 45 Grand Lord. However, the Tier 3 demon he had summoned was level 55. The difference of 10 levels could, mostly, make up for the difference in rank. Even if he could not exert the Tier 3 demon's full strength, he could use it to pin the boss down. As the breath attack ended, the battle demon, which Xiaofan had previously moved out of the breath attack's range, arrived before the Grand Lord and used a Tier 3 skill. Round Flash. Countless flashes of light appeared around the bone dragon's skull until the monster's head was hidden behind a dazzling, silver glow. -592,018. The Frostbone Dragon released a pained cry as its body fell to the ground abruptly, flattening the buildings beneath it. The impact caused South Lake City to tremble. As for Autumn Goose and the others, who had begun their charge towards the Frostbone Dragon, they were momentarily stunned. With a single hit, the Tier 3 demon demolished a small, but visible, chunk of the Frostbone Dragon's HP. This one attack was most likely more powerful than the combined attacks of a player army of thousands. Moreover, this was the first time she had ever seen Tier 3 beings fight against each other. Usually, she only saw players tackle monsters. The shock of watching two monsters face each other was intense. This scene allowed them to realize just how weak players were. Compared to this great battle, their previous battles were practically child's play. Before the Frostbone Dragon, which towered over 100 meters tall, any player would seem insignificant. The mental pressure the Grand Lord exerted stole their breath. Don't stop. We've entered its frost domain. As long as we remain inside this domain, our stamina will decrease rapidly. Even if we don't move, our stamina will decrease. We need to hurry and get rid of the bone dragon before our stamina runs out. Xiaofan reminded his team as he glanced at Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others, who had stopped moving due to shock. Notify me immediately if any of you run out of stamina during the battle. Yes. Everyone nodded as they regained their focus. Against such a boss, Aqua Rose and the other core members of Zero Wing fared relatively well. After all, they had raided a Grand Lord before. Only, the Frostbone Dragon was significantly more powerful than that Grand Lord. However, this was the first time Autumn Goose, Death Wind, Gunfire, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo had faced a Grand Lord. Fighting against such an oppressive pressure and bathing in such frigid killing intent, even moving became a struggle for them. It would be a miracle if they could even exert 50% or 60% of their usual strength. How can a Grand Lord be so terrifying? Autumn Goose's heart pounded as she watched the bone dragon's mountain-like body. She then looked at Fire Dance and the others, who appeared almost unfazed and were still charging towards the Grand Lord, and she smiled bitterly. Back in the Wind God's Spear, she had always pursued adventure and excitement. However, compared to the Frostbone Dragon, those adventures had been a walk in the park. This Grand Lord's might was overpowering enough that she felt incredibly powerless. In contrast, despite such an oppressive pressure, Zero Wing's members did not show any signs of slowing. With this, one could easily tell that Zero Wing's members had long since become accustomed to such battles. For some reason, a random thought invoked a strange feeling within Autumn Goose. This was what she has searched for all this time. While Autumn Goose was caught up in her daze, the Frostbone Dragon slammed its massive claws down onto the battle demon. Unable to dodge the attack in time, Xiaofan could only direct the battle demon to defend itself with its weapon. Boom! -95,164. The ground beneath the battle demon's feet shattered as the demon became embedded into the ground. The surrounding land shook from the impact, a deep fissure forming and spreading towards Autumn Goose. Autumn Goose was momentarily taken aback. Compared to the Frostbone Dragon's destructive power, the great lords they had defeated earlier were nothing more than harmless kittens. However, Autumn Goose still reacted. Although her movements were sluggish due to the Guardian boss's pressure, she had managed to pull her weapon up before her. Pang! The incoming shockwave struck and threw Autumn Goose, a damage of -867 appearing above her head. A gasp tore through the watching players. Despite standing so far away, Autumn Goose still received nearly -900 damage after defending herself successfully. If she had failed to lift her weapon in time, she probably would have lost over 4,000 HP in an instant. As for the Frostbone Dragon's claws, even Kola might die instantly if he received a direct hit. Even after activating his Berserk skill and all of his life-saving skills, he would only survive one attack at most. Fortunately, however, they had a Tier 3 demon to take the Bone Dragon's hits for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance of surviving against the Grand Lord. Feng simply smiled at everyone's reaction. Ordinary bosses could not compare to a Guardian boss. Furthermore, the Frostbone Dragon was a member of the dragon race. It was much stronger than ordinary bosses. Even if Kola reached level 45, he could not tank this boss by himself. At the very least, they needed 3 MTs of equal caliber to handle the Frostbone Dragon. This should be far enough. Feng arrived beside the Bone Dragon and raised the Abyssal Blade. He swung the magic weapon down on the Grand Lord. Abyssal Curse. Chapter 824, Super Large-Scale Destruction Spell. Seal. Feng shouted low. Suddenly, a massive, black magic array appeared beneath the Frostbone Dragon's feet. Even with its gigantic body, the magic array enveloped the Grand Lord, and an endless stream of black fog penetrated the Bone Dragon's body, slowly corroding it. Roar! The Frostbone Dragon struggled, trying to break free from the array's bindings, but no matter how hard it fought, it could not expel the black fog from its body. Everyone on the team immediately used their most powerful skills against the Frostbone Dragon. Lifting his spear, Gunfire leaped into the air and used Beheaded. Pang! Although the Frostbone Dragon had received the attack without any resistance, when Gunfire's attack struck the Grand Lord's white bone, it felt as if he had just hit a solid wall. Not only did the attack fail to cause any external damage, but the resulting vibration also inflicted pain to his own hand. His attack had only caused slightly over -700 damage. What kind of defense is this? Horror filled Autumn Goose as she stared at the damage. No matter what was said or done, Gunfire was one of the top-ranking experts in the Wind God's Spear. He was very well equipped. Even against all those great lords prior to this fight, his beheaded skill always dealt around -2000 damage. Now, however, even after receiving a significant boost to his attributes, his beheaded had only caused around -700 damage. The Frostbone Dragon's defense had to be more than double that of the previous great lords. Meanwhile, the Frostbone Dragon had 64 million HP. With its battle recovery alone it could regenerate 640,000 HP every second. Not to mention, since the battle had begun, the Grand Lord had been absorbing 1% of their HP every 3 seconds. With such a powerful recovery, even 100 continuously attacking gunfires would barely scratch the Frostbone Dragon. They would be no threat to the Grand Lord at all. Fire Dance then jumped up from the Frostbone Dragon's right, landing on the Grand Lord's spine, instantly executing Absolute Strike. However, 1000 Transformations, which was even sharper than the Sacred Sword Killing Ray, cut at the pearly white bone. The short sword only dug 3 centimeters deep into the bone before coming to a halt. -14,489. Why is there such a huge difference in defense? Fire Dance frowned. Absolute Strike was her most powerful burst skill, yet even after a critical hit, the skill only dealt over -10,000 damage. At this rate, they would die from exhaustion before they could kill the Frostbone Dragon. If this was already the case for Fire Dance, there was no need to mention how little the others could do against the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone's most powerful skills had only managed to deal around -4,000 damage to the Grand Lord. Only after including Xiaofan's damage did the team barely deal enough to overcome the Frostbone Dragon's recovery. At this rate, they would need to fight for 5 or 6 hours to kill the Grand Lord. Unfortunately, it would be a miracle if everyone's stamina lasted for 10 minutes. As for the Battle Demon, although it was very strong, the Frostbone Dragon easily blocked the majority of its attacks. It had barely any opportunities to damage the Grand Lord. 2 seconds after Xiaofan activated Abyssal Curse, the Frostbone Dragon's wings shuddered as it broke free from the magic array. Immediately, it swiped its tail at the Battle Demon, launching a more violent attack than before. In the next moment, an afterimage briefly appeared. Before the Battle Demon under Xiaofang's control could react, the Bone Dragon had sent it flying. Everyone had expected the Battle Demon to suffer an intense amount of damage. However, the Battle Demon only lost around 70,000 HP, that was even less than the damage it had received before. The Bone Dragon's attributes have decreased. Aqua Rose stated as she looked at the Frostbone Dragon's HP. Currently, the Grand Lord only had a maximum HP of 57,600,000. Its attributes had been decreased by 10%. The players felt joy bloom in their chests. Their will to fight soared. Even to ordinary players, a 10% attribute drop would significantly affect their combat power, much less for a guardian boss like the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone, activate your Berserk skills. Use this opportunity to slay this boss. Xiaofan hurriedly reminded. Abyssal Curse could reduce the Frostbone Dragon's attributes for 10 minutes, so if they could not finish the Grand Lord off in these 10 minutes it would become much harder to defeat later. They needed to exert all of their strength now. Following Xiaofang's command, everyone activated their Berserk skills at full strength. As for Xiaofan, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Among the several Berserk skills Xiaofan had, Dragon's power increased his strength attribute the most. With the Tier 3 Battle Demon acting as a meat shield, Xiaofan used Silent Steps and appeared directly behind the Frostbone Dragon. Phantom Kill. Flame Burst. Xiaofan and his doppelganger released a series of 30 dazzling explosions on the Bone Dragon's weakened ribcage. -20,484. -28,497. -41,054. -57,149. 30 consecutive hits struck the Frostbone Dragon, instantly stealing a small chunk of the Grand Lord's HP. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites and cast the Tier 1 spell Soul Cloud. In the next moment, several dozen damages appeared above the Frostbone Dragon's head, each one devouring over 1,000 HP. In addition, Aqua Rose summoned 3 Blue Fire Crows and 3 Forest Sprites. Although each summoned creature could only deal around -1,000 damage, with the 6 attacking together, they instantly destroyed over 6,000 of the Grand Lord's HP. In terms of damage output, Aqua Rose was only inferior to Xiaofan and Fire Dance. Besides, the Blue Fire Crows were slightly different from the Forest Sprites. The Blue Fire Crows possessed the growth skill. As time passed, they would increase in rank. From elite monsters, the Blue Fire Crow could grow to become lords. At that point, Aqua Rose's damage could even surpass Fire Dance's. Seconds and minutes passed quickly. Under Xiaofan and his team's all-out assault, the Frostbone Dragon's HP quickly fell to 30%. Finally, the Tier 3 Battle Demon was in an extremely miserable state. It currently had less than 20% of its HP remaining. Foolish humans, feel the wrath of the abyss, the Frostbone Dragon bellowed as it suddenly flapped its wings. Xiao! The Frostbone Dragon instantly appeared above South Lake City. In the next moment, an endless amount of elemental mana surged towards the Frostbone Dragon's body from all directions. At the same time, a deep blue, twofold magic array appeared above South Lake City as well, enveloping the entire space above the city. The violent power radiating from the magic array threw everyone to the ground as if the end of the world had arrived. It's over. How does the Bone Dragon know such a spell? Shock filled Aqua Rose's eyes as she stared at the magic array above South Lake City. With her understanding of magic arrays, she knew that they had absolutely no chance of defending against the Frostbone Dragon spell. They could only wait for death to claim their lives. With spells like this, how can anybody defeat the Frostbone Dragon? The other team members felt similarly powerless as they watched. It was technically not impossible to deal with a super large-scale destruction spell like this. However, with the magic array covering the entire South Lake City, how could they escape the spell's range and time? Ha ha ha. Go on. Flee. Let's see if you can escape the wrath of the abyss, the Frostbone Dragon laughed. I've been waiting for this. Xiaofang's lips curled into a smile. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Immediately, he activated Wind Rider. He then switched the aura of wind to the aura of time before looking at Aqua Rose, saying, "Use Song of Sprites on me." It had already been 5 minutes since Aqua Rose last used Song of Sprites. The skill's cooldown should have ended. Although Aqua Rose did not understand what Feng intended to do, she cast Song of Sprites on him. Feng then flew towards the Frostbone Dragon, which was still in the process of gathering and condensing mana. Absolute Time. This was Feng's final trump card against the Frostbone Dragon. If he could not interrupt the Frostbone Dragon's abyssal wrath, a super large-scale destruction spell, trying to deal with the Grand Lord would be sheer lunacy. Immediately, with the Frostbone Dragon as the center, the space within a radius of 300 yards froze. All mana in the area scattered and vanished immediately. No! Due to the sudden loss of mana, the Frostbone Dragon released a pained cry as it suffered a backlash from its spell. Its massive body, which had been over 100 meters in height, suddenly shrunk to only 60 meters or so. Its attributes also fell by 40% as it entered a weakened state for 3 minutes. The Frostbone Dragon's body then crashed to the ground. With its combat power greatly reduced, how could the Frostbone Dragon be a challenge for the team from Zero Wing? Even without the Tier 3 Battle Demon, the Frostbone Dragon was no longer a threat. At this time, Feng activated the power of darkness, his attributes soaring once more. He then began a rampant assault on the Grand Lord. When the Frostbone Dragon had less than 500,000 HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence before using Flame Burst on the Grand Lord, destroying the Grand Lord's final strand of HP. The instant the Frostbone Dragon died, everyone heard the sound of a system notification. Chapter 825, Loot of a Grand Lord. It's finally dead. They could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief when they saw the Frostbone Dragon falling to the ground, the Grand Lord's HP thoroughly depleted. As the Frostbone Dragon fell to the ground, everyone's experience bars had also abruptly increased by a large margin. So much EXP. A golden glow covered Autumn Goose, Death Wind, Gunfire, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo as all 5 of them leveled up from level 38 to level 39, expressions of shock appearing on their faces. Even the combined EXP they gained from killing the 20 Great Lords from before could not compete against the EXP provided by a single Frostbone Dragon. While everyone was celebrating over their success in killing the Frostbone Dragon, a system announcement suddenly surprised everyone. System announcement: Congratulations! You have killed the Guardian Boss Frostbone Dragon. War God's Temple Reputation plus 20 points. Rewarding 5 basic medals of honor. Wah! We've hit the jackpot this time. We got 5 basic medals of honor. Autumn Goose and the others were similarly stunned by this situation. They never imagined that there would be such great rewards for killing the Frostbone Dragon. They had heard that many large guilds had organized massive expeditions to conquer towns. Meanwhile, aside from earning a large amount of honor points, another important reason these guilds were organizing such expeditions was to increase their reputation with the War God's Temple, as well as obtain basic medals of honor. The higher one's War God's Temple reputation was, the more discounts one could obtain when exchanging for items using honor points. At the same time, after one's reputation with the temple reached a certain level, they could also exchange for higher-ranking items. The high-ranking items available for exchange would tempt even top-tier expert players, much less ordinary expert players. For example, battlefield mounts, rare skills, high-ranking rare potions, and many other items could not be found on the market. Although a battlefield mount was only useful in the Abyss battlefield, the quality of the mount itself was very high. Players could exchange for a bronze mount right from the onset. As one's War God's Temple reputation increased, one could even exchange for a dark gold mount. These mounts could increase a player's combat power in the Abyss battlefield significantly. Not to mention, there were also all sorts of rare skills. However, aside from needing a large amount of honor points, these high-ranking items also required one other thing for which to exchange. And that item was the basic medal of honor. Exchanging for a single bronze battlefield mount required 20 basic medals of honor and 30,000 honor points. Without basic medals of honor, even with all the honor points in the world, one would not be able to exchange for items that were truly useful to players. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a basic medal of honor. From the knowledge they gained through the research done over the past few days, for players who participated in capturing a town there was only a single basic medal of honor awarded. Now each of them had obtained 5 medals. That was equivalent to capturing 5 towns. If one wanted to exchange for a bronze mount, they'd need to capture a total of 20 towns. Capturing a town was easier said than done. Unlike the outside world, once players died in the Abyss battlefield, they had to wait until the next day to enter the battlefield again. Hence, one's life was essential in the Abyss battlefield. To avoid death, players would usually act carefully and spend a long time raiding a single town. However, there were currently no bronze mounts being sold on the market at all. Only a single common mount was for sale, which cost 40 gold. Even if someone were selling a bronze mount, it would cost several hundred gold, at the very least. How could ordinary players possibly afford to purchase one? Consequently, if one wanted to experience riding a bronze mount, this was the fastest method to do so. In the Abyss battlefield, battlefield mounts were slightly more powerful than normal mounts. Not only were they faster, but their combat power was also higher by a single rank. Just a fine gold battlefield mount could already rival a chieftain of the same level, while dark gold battlefield mounts could rival a lord of the same level. With such a mount, players could obtain honor points in the Abyss battlefield more easily in the future. While everyone was feeling ecstatic over their unexpected harvest, Feng had appraised all the items dropped by the Frostbone Dragon. Although the Frostbone Dragon had only dropped 5 items, every piece was either a top-tier weapon or equipment. Big brother Feng, looking at how happy you are, just what kind of items did the boss drop? Hurry up and share them with us. Don't just keep them to yourself. Blue Bamboo became exceedingly curious when she saw the smile on Feng's face. This was the first time she had raided a Grand Lord. Moreover, there was also a rumor going around in the outside world saying that Grand Lords had a chance of dropping epic items. Nothing much. I'm just happy because we managed to complete the Abyss set. Aside from that, the boss has also dropped a level 40 Dark Gold ranked shield, a level 40 Dark Gold ranked ring, and a pair of growth-type gloves, Feng said, laughing. He then shared the details of the shield and ring through the team chat. Frostbone shield, Dark Gold rank. Level 40, level 45. Equipment requirement, Strength 500. Defense plus 2720, level 40. Block rate, 37%. Strength plus 43, Endurance plus 51. Ice resistance plus 10. Evasion plus 10. Weakens damage received from the front by 20%. Every time shield is struck, 10% of damage will be converted into user's defense. Up to a maximum of 2000 defense can be converted. Maximum HP increased by 10%. Additional skill dash. Frost Body, becomes immune to all damage coming from the front for 4 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The defense on this shield is especially high. Just the defense on this shield alone is already a match for my total defense. Aqua Rose was dumbstruck after seeing the attributes of the Frostbone shield. The Divine Blue Fire shield Cola was currently using only had 1950 defense. However, the total defense the Frostbone shield could provide was 4720 points. Not to mention, the shield itself also had a passive damage reduction skill and an active skill that provided pseudo-invulnerability. With this shield, they would be able to take on even the super powerful skills of bosses in the future. Particularly, when the healers could not keep up with the damage the MT wielding the Frostbone shield was taking, said MT could use Frost Body to alleviate the burden on the healers. Ice Spirit Ring, Dark Gold rank. Level 40, Level 45. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 400. Strength plus 15, Agility plus 18, Endurance plus 24, Intelligence plus 55, Vitality plus 37. Casting range plus 2. Casting speed increased by 10%. Magic damage increased by 10%. Attacks have a certain probability to trigger freeze effect, freezing target for 3 seconds. Additional skill dash. Rapid cooldown, resets cooldown of all skills learned by user. At the same time, removes all control effects and increases casting speed and movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. After everyone saw the statistics of the Ice Spirit Ring, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. With this ring, a magical class's damage output would increase by at least 20%. Blue Bamboo said as she greatly admired the Ice Spirit Ring. This was the first time she had seen a ring with such amazing attributes. Ornaments were very rare in God's domain. Their value was much higher than even weapons. Despite being fully geared in top-tier equipment, the ring she currently wore was only a level 20 mysterious iron ring. However, she was very well off already. Many players were still wearing level 10 bronze-ranked rings. However, compared to the Ice Spirit Ring, her level 20 ring was practically trash. Don't get too excited. Whether it is the shield or the ring, the value of these two items most likely cannot be compared to this pair of gloves. Feng then shared the stats for the gloves with everyone. Chapter 826, Background of the Number 1 Guild. Growth Type Equipment. Everyone looked at the image that was releasing a faint white glow. There were many divine runes carved on the pair of gloves. There was also a small, dark blue magic array etched on the back of the gloves, with a light blue bead embedded in the middle of the magic array. Frost Gloves, Cloth Armor, Bronze Rank. Level 40, Level 90. Defense plus 348, Level 40. Intelligence plus 26. Vitality plus 22. Endurance plus 21. Additional passive skill dash. Force Chant. While casting, there is a 5% chance to cast Tier 1 or below spells instantly. Additional active skill dash. Frost Breath. Deals 500% magic damage in a cone to enemies within 30 yards and freezes all targets hit for 5 seconds, and then reduces their movement speed and attack speed by 40% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Gloves that had once been worn by the Frost King with frost beads embedded on the gloves, which were sealed by the Frost King, and are unable to display their full power. To lift the Frost King's 5-layered seal, a large amount of EXP is needed to be absorbed. Removing the first seal requires 300 million EXP. The upgrade requirement of this equipment sure is rough. Just the first seal requires 300 million EXP. Blackie raised his brows. This much EXP was enough to allow current ordinary players to level up once. Moreover, this was only the first seal. There would still be 4 more seals after this one. Needless to say, the following seals would surely have higher requirements. But the skills of this piece of equipment are amazing. It is capable of instant casting Tier 1 spells. Only, the chances are a little too low. The AoE control skill, on the other hand, is quite good. With these 2 skills together, this pair of gloves would not lose out to any dark gold equipment, Aqua Rose commented. When Xiaofan heard everyone's unbiased evaluations, he could not help but shake his head and laugh, saying, "Do you guys think that removing the seals will only improve the equipment's basic attributes? This is growth-type equipment. It can be upgraded into epic rank if you remove all of the seals. Whether it is the basic attributes of the gloves or its skills, both will gradually improve along with the undoing of the seals. Dark gold equipment definitely cannot compare to something like this. This is epic equipment?" Everyone was surprised. Zero Wing's core members had a profound understanding of just how powerful epic items were. Compared to epic equipment, dark gold equipment was practically garbage. The two were on entirely different levels. Even just equipping a single epic weapon or equipment could instantly increase a player's combat power by a large margin, unlike dark gold equipment, where multiple pieces were required to display their advantages. So this is epic equipment? Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily at a loss for words when they looked at the frost gloves. While they were still at the stage of being joyful over getting a piece of dark gold equipment after defeating a great lord, Zero Wing had already set its sights on epic equipment. Over time, the gap between them and Thoughtful Rain would unquestionably grow increasingly larger. Following which, Feng held an internal auction between the members of Zero Wing. This scene caused Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire to grow exceedingly envious. They never imagined that, even for such powerful equipment, Zero Wing was willing to distribute them through an internal auction. In other guilds, such equipment was usually distributed based on the team leader's designation. In the end, the Frostbone Shield was won by Yi Wumian, while Thoughtful Rain obtained the Frost Ring. This outcome greatly surprised Thoughtful Rain. Of course, part of the reason for such a result was because the other magical class members of the team had all set their sights on the frost gloves. Unfortunately, the gloves were still won by Aqua Rose in the end. After completing the equipment distribution, everyone teleported out of the Abyss battlefield together. As soon as the team appeared at the teleportation array inside the War God's temple, a wide array of noises immediately entered their ears. Players recruiting for team members filled the War God's temple. After just being away for a few days, the War God's temple had undergone tremendous changes. Currently, players crowded the main hall of the War God's temple. The levels of the players here, as well, had undergone significant changes. Originally, level 30 players were considered mainstream. Now, however, the majority of the players present in the main hall were around level 32. Among them, there was no lack of level 34 or 35 independent players. Also, these players were all relatively well equipped. However, shortly after Feng and the others appeared, the entire main hall went silent. Practically everyone within the building had shifted their gazes towards Feng's group. Aren't they Zero Wing's upper echelons? Damn! They're the real deal. As expected of the top-tier experts of Star Moon Kingdom. Even though I am standing so far away from them, I still can't help but shiver at the pressure they give off. Who are those 3 independent players beside them? All 3 of them are level 39. What? Level 39? The number 1 player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list just reached level 38 not long ago. Did they hide their levels on the ranking list? Just how did they manage to level up so quickly? It would be great if I can mooch off of them. Pros, carry me please. No one could believe their eyes when their gazes landed on Autumn Goose and the others. Feng and the other members of Zero Wing were wearing black cloaks so no one could identify their levels. Autumn Goose and the others, however, were not wearing black cloaks, so everyone could see their current levels clearly. At this situation, Autumn Goose and the others could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. If not for Feng bringing them along to kill so many great lords, it would be impossible for them to reach level 39 so quickly. At most, they would have reached level 37 by now. After they returned to the Dark Knight Empire, the other members of the Wind God's Spear would also be shocked upon seeing their levels. Feng, are you not coming with us to turn in the quest? Thoughtful Rain asked as she looked at Feng. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be going together with you, Feng said as he shook his head. He had just received a message from Melancholic Smile saying that representatives from King's Return wanted to meet him to discuss an important matter. After considering the situation for a long moment, the only conclusion Feng could come up with for this sudden visit was due to the matter relating to Sindhart. After all, Zero Wing did not possess any actual connections with King's Return. However, he also felt that the possibility of such a thing happening was low. A super guild like King's Return could easily annihilate an upstart guild like Immortal Light. Just like Nine Dragons Emperor of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, King's Return could simply take direct action against Immortal Light. There was no need for them to go through so much trouble to deal with a single upstart guild. However, since people from King's Return had come personally to visit him, no matter what was said and done, it was necessary for him to pay back their sincerity. As for the Silver Legend quest, even if he turned in the quest together with Thoughtful Rain and the others, the most he would get in return was a little EXP. That meager amount of EXP was practically negligible to him. Now that the final arc of the Silver Legend quest was complete, there was no need for him to tag along with the group anymore. Hearing Feng saying so, a hint of disappointment appeared on Thoughtful Rain's face. Zero Wing's Guild Residence. Inside the large guild hall, Zero Wing's members could be seen moving about busily. All this was due to the appearance of the guild stable. To purchase their own guild mount once they reached level 40, everyone began frantically taking on quests one after another, earning as much money as possible. This situation caused the entire guild to buzz with activity. However, inside the busy hall, two people were currently seated inside the reception room of the second floor, leisurely observing the situation inside the guild. They've managed to run the guild quite well. It's no wonder why Zero Wing is known as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Unfortunately, the guild's background is poor, and it doesn't have any expert nurturing capabilities. A robust man in silver heavy armor spoke disdainfully as he watched the situation downstairs. This man was a level 38 berserker. Although there were many elite players in Zero Wing, at the end of the day, they were only slightly better than the players of Star Moon Kingdom. They were no match for Empire players at all. It was especially true when comparing the levels of expert players. Currently, the highest leveled player in Star Moon Kingdom had only recently reached level 38. On the other hand, many of the players on Empire ranking lists had already reached level 39. At this moment, the doors to the reception room abruptly opened. Feng, who was currently using his appearance of black flame, then walked into the room. Level 40? How could this be? Chapter 827, Sword King Black Flame. As Feng entered the elegant reception room, he did not bother with disguising his current level. The robust man's gaze fixed on Xiaofan, confusion filling his eyes. A guild in Star Moon Kingdom actually had someone higher leveled than the number 1 player on the Glory Empire's ranking list. No matter how he thought about it, this was inconceivable. Their levels were already quite high, so they required a tremendous amount of EXP to level up. It was especially true for leveling from level 39 to 40. All those who held their rank on the ranking list practically grinded without rest. Moreover, ordinary experts could not compare to their efficiency. Usually, these rankers had groups to lure and damage monsters for them. When the monsters dropped to their final strand of HP, these rankers would strike the final blow, taking the majority of the monster's EXP. Either that or these rankers formed teams who possessed AoE attack spells and had others lure hordes of monsters to these AoE teams. They would then rotate through each team, sharing the EXP as they killed the monsters. The basis of these systems was sacrificing other players' EXP. Only large guilds had the power to employ these methods. With such a grinding efficiency, the EXP these rankers obtained was many times more than what ordinary expert teams could earn while grinding. Only with this technique could they exceed other players by so many levels. Even so, Feng had still surpassed them by such a large margin. "I am Black Flame. What business do you have with me?" When Feng examined the 2 representatives, he realized that he had met one of them before. The robust man was none other than the berserker, Thunder Tiger, whom he had met when he sold equipment in Blackwing City. Aside from the unruly-looking Thunder Tiger, Feng also recognized the indifferent youth beside the berserker. The youth's name was Ordinary Stranger. In the past, he had been one of King's Return's top 10 summoner experts. These 2 people were extremely powerful. Both could rank with Star Moon Kingdom's top 10 experts. Even the top-tier experts in first-rate guilds could not hope to compete with either of these 2. Their levels alone made this evident. Among the 2, one was a level 38 berserker, while the other was a level 38 summoner. Most likely, they leveled far faster than even the number 1 player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list. Their equipment was even more impressive. Both were fully geared with level 35 top-tier dark gold equipment. The staff in Ordinary Stranger's hand especially. One could not judge the staff's quality based on its appearance alone. However, Feng knew that the staff in Ordinary Stranger's hand was a magic weapon. In God's domain, although there were far fewer magic weapons than epic weapons, they were significantly less difficult to obtain. One did not need to kill some kind of super powerful boss to obtain a magic weapon. Players also did not need to complete an epic quest. Instead, a magic weapon's procurement depended on luck. Players might unexpectedly obtain a magic weapon by completing a hidden quest. They might even find a magic weapon when they opened a high-ranking treasure chest. Although magic weapons had helped many players become experts, they had ruined far more. Ordinary Stranger was one of those people who had managed to control a magic weapon in the past. Hence, he had become one of King's Return's top-ranking experts. Otherwise, he would never have become one of the Super Guild's top 10 summoners. "Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Ordinary Stranger of King's Return, my companion here is Thunder Tiger," Ordinary Stranger stated, a smile suddenly lighting his indifferent face. Although his smile contained no ill will, it looked horrifyingly forced. "In truth, we have come to speak with you about a small matter. We hope that you can help us with this." Although he looked down on Zero Wing, he would show respect to a true expert. This was the 51st ranking expert on the God's Domain experts list, the Sword King, Black Flame. Ordinary experts might not realize what such a rank implied, but as an expert from a super guild, Ordinary Stranger understood what it meant. The fact that Feng had earned the 51st rank told him that the man had already reached the Void Realm. He was many times stronger than either of them. If a fight broke out, even if they worked together, they would not be a match for Feng. After meeting Feng personally, Ordinary Stranger felt that the man had grown a lot stronger. He was particularly convinced when he saw the exquisite mold and intricate runes of the weapons hanging from Xiaofan's waist. Although their special effects were hidden, he was certain that dark gold weapons could not compare to those two blades. Based on the rumors floating around, these two weapons could very well be epic weapons. Epic weapons. Even experts like themselves only obtained weapons like those in their dreams. Currently, only the guild's monster-level characters possessed epic items. As to whether or not those items were weapons, that was one of the guild's absolute secrets. Even they had no clue. Even a super guild like King's Return had gone to great lengths to obtain these epic items. Hence, it was truly hard to imagine that the guild leader of an upstart guild actually wielded two epic weapons. You're looking for my help. Interesting. King's Return is a super guild. Is there truly anything your guild can't do in God's domain? Feng said, laughing. Guild leader Black Flame, you jest, Ordinary Stranger said hurriedly. We really need your help with this situation. Alright, tell me, what business do you have with me? Feng waved his hand dismissively. Recently, we've heard that Zero Wing plans to buy some of Snowfield City's lands. We would like to dissuade you. In return, King's Return will provide Zero Wing with a plot of Light City's land, allowing the Candlelight trading firm to develop there, Ordinary Stranger explained. Although Snowfield City was the third largest city in the Twin Towers Kingdom, its player population could not compete with Light Cities. The difference between the two cities was simply too massive. Even an extremely ordinary plot of land in Light City was far more valuable than Snowfield City's golden lands. Can you tell me which plot of land you are offering? Feng was slightly surprised. He had never expected King's Return to be so generous. Only the extremely wealthy could afford land in imperial capitals. Moreover, even if one managed to purchase one or two plots, without the endorsement from the city's ruling guild, one's business would fail. The ruling guild would cause all sorts of trouble to chase away their customers, going so far as to kill the players who dared to spend gold at their shops. This was especially true for imperial capitals in which super guilds had set up their headquarters. In a few years, the players within these imperial capitals would either become members of the guild, guests who had business with these super guilds, or players who supported these super guilds. It would be practically impossible these guilds' foundations in their home cities. Hence, even if one could afford the land in an imperial capital, most guilds usually avoided them. After all, these lands would only become expensive paperweights. Of course, it was a different story if one obtained the permission of the ruling guild. This was why Feng wanted to cooperate with Phoenix Rain. Since King's Return would willingly allow the Candlelight trading firm to develop at Light City, once the trading firm set up a shop, that shop would most likely earn more money than 5 or 6 kingdom cities combined. After all, the player population in Light City was that massive. Here it is. Ordinary Stranger took out a drawing. This was none other than the map of Light City. A red dot had been marked on the map's top corner, representing the land for resale. The slums? Chapter 828, Chased Out. Feng thought he had interpreted the map wrong when he examined the marked location. Cities in God's domain generally had many districts. Among them, the most important was the trade area. Normally, when players tried to set up a shop, they purchased land in the trade district. Following the trade area would be the nobles district. The nobles district housed the city's library and the war god's temple. Naturally, players frequently visited these locations. The commoners district followed the nobles district. The commoners district contained the Adventurers Association and the underground arena. Hence, that district enjoyed quite a bit of player traffic as well. The district with the worst traffic was the slums. There were practically no establishments in the slums that could attract players to the area. Very few players were willing to visit. Hence, in every city in God's domain, the lands and the slums there were the cheapest. Opening a shop there was no different than throwing money into the furnace. "This is your offer?" Feng asked, laughing. After all that talk, King's Return wanted to trade a worthless location for 5 valuable plots of land. Guild leader Black Flame, don't be in such a rush. Many of Light City's lands have already been distributed. We cannot procure good plots of land with so little time. These are the only ones left. However, our superiors have stated that King's Return will allow the Candlelight trading firm to enter Light City to conduct business. If you are in a hurry to develop the Candlelight trading firm in Light City, you can purchase land with potential from others, Ordinary Stranger explained. In Ordinary Stranger's opinion, this offer was a powerful show of faith towards Zero Wing. Light City was King's Return's main headquarters. The city was home to more than 10 million players. In the future, that number could definitely climb to 20 million, or even 30 million. It was not an exaggeration to say that every inch of land in Light City was worth its weight in gold. To obtain a share of this golden pie, all Zero Wing needed to do was to turn away from those 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. There were lots of guilds that hoped to set up a shop in Light City. The fact that King's Return had agreed to let the Candlelight trading firm set foot in Light City was an opportunity that many guilds dreamed of, but could not obtain. "What if I refuse?" Feng asked. Although Ordinary Stranger's offer sounded nice, what fool would actually sell the high-potential land they had only obtained after so much trouble? In the end, Zero Wing had nothing more than an empty promise at the loss of 5 very high-potential lands. Wasn't King's Return being a little too arrogant? This, Ordinary Stranger was taken aback. He had never dreamed that Feng would actually consider turning his offer down. Coldly, he replied, "I hope that guild leader Black Flame will rethink this carefully. King's Return is a super guild. Is it really worth offending us over a few plots of land? Alright, enough. You two can leave now," Feng said as he gestured towards the door. "Are you doing this because of Immortal Light?" Ordinary Stranger suddenly said coldly, "Guild leader Black Flame, think this over. I can tell you that Immortal Light is a sworn enemy of King's Return. We must annihilate this pest. If Zero Wing helps Immortal Light, you will incur King's Return's wrath as well." "Now, that is interesting," Feng said, his lips hooking up into a grin. He then continued, saying, "Do you think that Zero Wing is afraid of King's Return?" Hearing Feng's bold question, both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were stupefied. They had not expected Feng to brush the Super Guild off like that. Super Guilds were different from other guilds. They were the true overlords of the virtual gaming world. In the virtual gaming world, aside from the few transcendent powers and other super guilds, nobody would dare disregard a super guild. However, when they thought back to how Zero Wing treated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was possible that the guild would ignore King's Return's threat. "Both of you can get lost this instant. Oh, and go back and tell your superiors this. What Zero Wing does is of no concern of King's Return. I will buy those plots of land. You can be certain of that," Feng declared, a frosty glint flashing in his eyes. Sindheart had helped him many times in his previous life. Moreover, since he had already promised Sindheart to buy those lands, he would not go back on his word. He had only wasted so much time talking to these two representatives to gauge what King's Return stance was towards Immortal Light. Although Zero Wing could not defeat a super guild, in Star Moon Kingdom, it had no reason to fear them either. As soon as Feng finished speaking, the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger suddenly felt their bodies grow cold. Their instincts shouted warnings, reminding them that they were in an extremely dangerous situation and that they could lose their lives at any moment. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger knew that they were not a match for Feng. Helpless, they could only leave Zero Wing's residence without accomplishing their objective. What are we supposed to do now? Thunder Tiger asked as he looked back towards the guild residence. Are we just going to return and report this? What else can we do? Ordinary Stranger had not expected Xiaofan to be this insane. He was actually willing to offend King's return for a meager guild like Immortal Light. Let's find a quiet location and report to Elder Broken City. We'll let the Elder decide how we should proceed. The two experts immediately ran to a high-class restaurant and rented a VIP room. They intended to report Xiaofang's reply, word for word, to Broken City. Meanwhile, Xiaofan arrived at the candlelight trading firm. Melancholic, how many strengthening devices has your team completed? Xiaofan no longer carried a fortune. Although he had earned quite a bit through Stone Forest Town and the candlelight trading firm while he had been gone, after deducting the guild expenses and the magic crystals, which could not be sold, he only had roughly 4,000 gold on hand. Of course, to any first-rate guild in God's domain, having 4,000 gold of liquid funds after deducting guild expenses was practically a dream. However, if Xiaofan wanted to purchase those 5 plots from Sind Heart, he did not have nearly enough money. He also had a city waiting for him to build. Inside a VIP room in a high-class restaurant. Is that all? Broken City asked with gravelly tone through the video chat. Yes, that is all. After that, Black Flame chased us out, Ordinary Stranger explained softly. Since Zero Wing is adamant about poking its nose into our business, we should teach the guild a small lesson. I'll have Hell Fiend lead the Falcon Legion over. Find out where Zero Wing's core members are right now. When the time comes, we won't let any of them survive. Broken City declared before disconnecting the call. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were stunned. Although they did not know why Broken City focused so heavily on a small guild like Immortal Light, sending the Falcon Legion to deal with Zero Wing was no more than making a big fuss over a small issue. The Falcon Legion was King's Return's Ace Legion. The Legion was comprised of the young experts the guild had nurtured and had been specifically formed to deal with other super guilds' legions. Moreover, Broken City was actually sending the Adjudicator Hell Fiend. One could just imagine how furious the old man was. Chapter 829, 5th Floor Master. Blackwing City. Many players hawked their wares on the wide, flourishing streets of the city. Xiaofan had already reverted to his original appearance and made his way towards the Blackwing auction house. It had only been a short time since Xiaofan last visited the city. The street the Blackwing auction house resided on had become a player market. It was even more lively than an empire's imperial capital. However, unlike other cities, one only needed an entry pass to enter Blackwing City. As players' levels continued to increase, more entry passes dropped. Hence, Blackwing City's traffic had increased by several times. At this point, Blackwing City had become the largest trade hub in God's domain. Even the 4 great empires' imperial capitals could not compete with Blackwing City. The transactions between the various large guilds here were astronomical. If one wanted to point out God's domain's most profitable locations, Blackwing City would definitely be one of them. The auction house in Blackwing City was also where guilds and independent experts of various kingdoms and empires preferred to sell or purchase items. This was because those who could reach Blackwing City were either lucky individuals who had gotten their hands on an entry pass, independent experts with a certain degree of strength, or players from the various large guilds. As long as one had a valuable item, they did not need to worry about it not selling in Blackwing City. They also didn't need to worry that players could not afford their prices. Hence, many players preferred to sell their treasures at the Blackwing auction house. Upon entering the Blackwing auction house, Xiaofan discovered even more players inside the establishment than those who camped on the street outside. It was especially true for the registration counters. Long lines of people had queued up in front of the dozen or so registration counters. Why are there so many people here? Feng swept a glance over the sea of players before him. At the very least, there should be over 1,000 players present. If not for the Blackwing auction house's extremely large size, it would be impossible to hold so many people. While Feng tried to figure out why there were so many players lining up to get into the Blackwing auction house, he suddenly heard a crisp, pleasant voice from behind him. "Yi Feng, so you've received the news as well." Turning to the source of the voice, Feng discovered none other than Gentle Snow, whom he had not seen for quite some time. Currently, Gentle Snow wore a set of silver sacred armor. On her back, she carried a silver greatsword engraved with golden divine runes. A hint of bloodlust radiated from the greatsword. This faint bloodlust wrapped around Gentle Snow's body, making the woman seem like a goddess of the battlefield. Walking through the building, Gentle Snow attracted the passionate, watchful gazes of many male players. However, nobody in the room dared to approach Gentle Snow casually. Though her status as Ouroboros' guild leader was part of the reason, the main deterrent was the group of players accompanying Gentle Snow. Among this group, the lowest player was level 37, while the highest was level 39. In a kingdom, these players would rank at the very top of the kingdom's ranking list. Furthermore, every one of these players had an extraordinary origin. This was particularly the case for Hidden Cloud, the level 39 assassin leading the group. Hidden Cloud was a famous character that belonged to the Super Guild Nine Heavens Pavilion. He had been one of the talented newcomers that had entered the virtual gaming world 10 years ago. He had risen to prominence like a comet when he had joined. Through a relatively popular virtual reality game, he had earned numerous achievements. Afterward, the Nine Heavens Pavilion had paid an astronomical price to recruit him. Back then, his appearance had shaken the virtual gaming world. Moreover, after joining the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had become the 9th floor master in just 3 years. His growth had left other super guilds speechless. There were a total of 9 floor masters in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Each of them enjoyed an even higher status than the guild elders. They were the guild's absolute core members. The first floor master was the Nine Heavens Pavilion's guild leader. Hidden Cloud had become the spearhead of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, leading the guild through one conquest after another. By the time he joined God's domain, he had been promoted to the rank of 5th floor master. With a super guild's high-profile individual present, who would dare try to flirt with Gentle Snow? Only those who wished to quit God's domain or wished to start a new account would be so bold. Not only was Hidden Cloud inhumanely strong, but he was also incomparably vicious. There was once the upper echelon of a large guild who had tried to compete with a good friend of Hidden Cloud's over a woman. In the end, Hidden Cloud had wiped his guild out of existence, removing the guild from the virtual gaming world permanently. From then on, nobody ever dared to offend anyone close to Hidden Cloud. Guild Leader Snow. Feng could not help his confusion as he watched the woman approach. He had not come here due to any particular news. He had only come here to earn money. Is something going on here? You don't know? Today, Blackwing City will hold its monthly auction. Incredibly rare items will be available for bidding. I have heard that there is a possibility that epic items will make an appearance, Gentle Snow informed him, somewhat surprised by Feng's reaction. The man before her was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. Although news of the monthly auction had only been announced today, with Zero Wing's capabilities, it should have received this information. So, that is what is going on. Realization dawned on Feng. The end of the month was indeed approaching. Near the end of every month, Blackwing City randomly held a large-scale auction. Not only would NPCs sell large numbers of rare items during this auction, but players could also put their items up for sale. However, the handling fees were slightly higher. If one sold ordinary rare items during this auction, they would not walk away with any profit. On the other hand, if one sold extremely rare items, they could make a fortune. Xiaofan was ecstatic about this discovery. He never expected this coincidence. Before teleporting to Blackwing City, Xiaofan had retrieved 5,000 strengthening devices from Melancholic Smile. These strengthening devices were the culmination of several days of Melancholic Smile and her team's hard work. The magic crystals the few of them had spent during this period would even astound a first-rate guild. The current market value for magic crystals was 24 silver each. However, that was only true if one purchased them in bulk. Purchased individually, one would have to spend at least 25 or 26 silver. Unfortunately, magic crystals were the main material needed to manufacture strengthening devices. The other materials were very cheap. Fortunately, magic crystals were not a problem for Zero Wing right now. The magic crystals Xiaofan had won from the Glorious Lions battle team alone were enough to supply Zero Wing's needs for a relatively long time. They also had the magic crystals earned from Stone Forest Town. Snow, is this person your friend? Hidden Cloud asked, his expression darkening as he examined Xiaofan. Emicham. Let me introduce you. This is Yi Feng from Zero Wing. Gentle Snow nodded. She then looked towards Xiaofan and introduced Hidden Cloud, saying, This is Hidden Cloud from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He is also a good friend of my elder brother. Before Xiaofan could offer a greeting, he felt a very clear hint of killing intent from Hidden Cloud. Although Hidden Cloud had hidden it very well, once one reached Xiaofang's standard, hiding killing intent was impossible unless one held absolutely no ill will. However, this killing intent vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. It was as if this killing intent had never existed. Was I mistaken? Xiaofan could not help but turn to the smiling Hidden Cloud. Chapter 830, Beginning of Fame. So, you're the rumored Yi Feng. Hidden Cloud, with his tanned skin, a robust body, and a slightly evil air about him, wore a slightly surprised expression as he looked at Xiaofan. The majority of God's Domain's players were completely clueless about what had happened in the Dark Arena. Not to mention, matches were held in the Dark Arena every day, making it even more difficult for people to follow a single battle team. To a super guild upper echelon like Hidden Cloud, however, there was no need to pay attention to the Dark Arena's ordinary experts. He was only interested in those who could leave an impression. Someone like Xiaofan, in particular, who had defeated a famous, old monster like Sirius, would catch his attention even if he wanted to avoid information on this expert. After all, his guild would remind him about such existences. Experts at Xiaofang's standard could not be ignored. Even in super guilds, he would be a member of the top fighting force. He would be an apex expert the guild would use against its competition. They're just rumors. Xiaofan shrugged, chuckling. Hidden Cloud was an extremely powerful expert. His history was almost considered a legend. He had debuted into the virtual gaming world at the young age of 17. He was currently 27 years old, and already, he had become the Nine Heavens Pavilion's fifth-floor master. He was the target of admiration for countless young players. In the past, Hidden Cloud's achievements in God's Domain had even pushed him to his peak. After spending 5 years in God's Domain, he had gained the position of second-floor master. In the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had been the most likely candidate to become the next first-floor master. However, Hidden Cloud's position in the Nine Heavens Pavilion had been secondary. The man himself was far more impressive. In the past, he had been one of the 10 great God-ranked assassins in God's Domain. No one throughout God's Domain had been able to stop any of his assassination attempts. Hidden Cloud's most impressive assassination had the death of a powerful upper echelon of the Flower of Seven Sins, which he had completed without any assistance. This incident had struck fear into the assassin organization and boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's prestige. After all, even super guilds did not dare offend a transcendental power like the Flower of Seven Sins. Many of these super guilds had suffered multiple losses at the hand of the organization. Super guilds had always suffered the Flower of Seven Sins' wrath. Never once had the organization suffered a loss of its own. The fact that Hidden Cloud had managed to defeat one of the organization's upper echelons had significantly boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's reputation. This incident had shocked the upper echelons of the various large guilds in God's domain. Feng had been no exception. I had never thought that Gentle Snow knew Hidden Cloud. It seems she has a few of her own secrets. Feng glanced at the 4 people behind Hidden Cloud. These 4 were Hidden Cloud's brothers-in-arms. Every one of them was extraordinary. Even in the dark arena, they would be considered first-class experts. It was also thanks to these 4 people that Hidden Cloud had reached his current position so quickly. However, one thing confused Feng. If Gentle Snow was acquainted with such a powerful existence, it should have been quite easy to secure the position of Ouroboros's guild leader during the previous mutiny, so much so that, if Hidden Cloud had made an appearance, Chao Chenghua and the elders backing him would have surrendered. After all, it was well known that Hidden Cloud greatly valued his relationships. He had even extinguished a large guild just to help a brother earn a woman's affections. Judging by Gentle Snow's tone and expression when she spoke to Hidden Cloud, her brother should have a very close relationship with this man. Yet, in the past, Gentle Snow had still left the virtual gaming world eventually. This was truly a mystery. While Feng pondered this riddle, Gentle Snow turned Feng and smiled, saying, "Since you've only just learned about this, you most likely haven't purchased an entry ticket, right? If you line up now, the tickets will probably sell out before you get one. Why don't you join us? You will regret it if you miss out on the auction." The Blackwing auction house had organized the auction suddenly this time, and many guilds had rushed to purchase entry tickets the moment they heard the news. Now that the auction would begin soon, it was most likely be impossible for Feng to get his hands on a ticket. Feng had helped her earn a fortune in the dark arena. She had significantly increased Ouroboros's liquid assets because of it. Although Feng did not know that, Gentle Snow still thought that she should return the favor. After all, aside from helping her earn money, Feng had also helped her secure Ouroboros. As soon as Gentle Snow extended the offer, Hidden Cloud's expression darkened slightly, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Feng. "Thank you for your kind offer. However, I have another matter that I need to deal with first, so it is best if I don't disturb you." Feng did not wish to miss this rare opportunity. He needed to register his auction items quickly. As for whether or not he could enter the auction itself, that was not important. After all, his goal was to make money. "How much time do you need?" Gentle Snow prodded. "Roughly half an hour," Feng said as he glanced at the long queue. Although there were a lot of people at the registration counters, the registration process was simple and did not take very long. He should be able to finish what he needed in half an hour. That won't be an issue. In any case, there is still some time before the auction officially begins. "I can wait here for you in the meantime," Gentle Snow offered after a moment of consideration. "Alright, I'll try to finish as quickly as possible." Feng nodded. Since Gentle Snow was willing to accommodate him, it would be rude to continue rejecting her offer. There would certainly be many valuable items for sale at Blackwing City's monthly auction. He might be able to purchase something good if he participated. If an epic item were available, he would hit the jackpot. "It sure is difficult to invite this man," Gentle Snow sighed as she watched Feng's departing figure. This was the first time inviting someone had been so difficult. However, shortly after Feng left, Hidden Cloud secretly messaged one of his brothers, whispering, "Blaster, research that man called Yi Feng. Find out his origin. I want to know everything about him. Boss, rest assured, I'll get it done quickly." The berserker named Blaster smiled confidently. He then began rapidly searching through the forums for all information relating to Xiaofan. At the same time, he contacted a number of people to help him with the search. At the registration counter. After waiting for over 20 minutes, it was finally Xiaofang's turn. "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" the NPC female receptionist asked, smiling. "I wish to sell these items at this month's auction," Xiaofan said as he revealed a strengthening device. "Alright, please wait for a moment." The NPC receptionist received the strengthening device and began appraising it. Not all items were allowed in the auctions held in the Blackwing auction house. Items needed a certain value before being permitted. Hence, all items presented needed to undergo the system's appraisal. "I apologize for the long wait. Sir, the estimated minimum price for this item is 1 gold 40 silver. If you wish to sell this item at our auction house, we will charge you a 30% handling fee. Do you wish to put it up for auction?" The female receptionist handed the strengthening device back to Xiaofan after she had finished. Only Blackwing City's auctions would charge a 30% handling fee. Other places charged 20% at most. Even so, Xiaofan did not mind it. Yes. Xiaofan took out 2,000 strengthening devices and divided them into hundreds of auction lots, with each lot having anywhere from 1 to 100 strengthening devices. If he sold too many at once, it would only cheapen the strengthening device. The various large guilds participating in this auction should be able to stomach 2,000 devices. After dealing with the strengthening devices, Xiaofan ran to meet Gentle Snow. He then entered the auction venue with Gentle Snow and her companions, quietly waiting for the auction to start. At this time, Blaster sent Hidden Cloud a private message, reporting, "Boss, we've learned everything there is to know about that brat." Chapter 831, Great Disturbance. There sure are a lot of high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction this time, Xiaofan commented as he swept a glance over the NPCs on the second floor, an amused smile appearing on his face. High-ranking NPCs? At Xiaofang's comment, Gentle Snow turned to the second floor. Indeed, there were quite a number of NPCs present. But isn't it normal for high-ranking NPCs to participate in the Blackwing auction house? This was not her first time attending an auction in the Blackwing auction house. She had even attended high-ranking auctions before. Players were not the only ones to compete over items up for auction. NPCs similarly contested over the items. However, after some of her own research, Gentle Snow, more or less, understood these NPCs' function. These NPCs were here to make sure items were sold at an appropriate price. If the price players offered was too low, these NPCs would join the bidding. They would not let players take advantage of the system. At such a large auction, it was natural that more NPCs would join. However, when players tried to purchase an item, as long as the price they offered was higher than the item's actual value, these NPCs would automatically relent and end their bidding. In response, Xiaofan smiled and nodded, saying, "It is very normal. Only, I've never seen so many powerful NPCs attend at the same time, so I'm slightly surprised." "TCH, what about these NPCs is surprising?" Blaster commented disdainfully. The others nodded in agreement, scorn flashing in their eyes as they looked at Xiaofan. Initially, they had thought that Xiaofan was one of God's domain's apex experts. Now, however, it would seem that he was just a country bumpkin that had never seen the world of the great. At the end of the day, he was simply the upper echelon of an upstart guild. There was no way he could measure up to their standards. Xiaofan simply smiled at the group's reaction, not bothering to explain. However, Gentle Snow's expression turned serious at Xiaofang's statement as she secretly observed the NPCs on the second floor. She did not think that Xiaofan would be surprised just because there were a lot of high-ranking NPCs present. What? How can this be? When Gentle Snow's eyes fell on a handsome youth in a suit of golden armor and an exquisite cape, she was shocked. Previously, she had never bothered to observe the NPCs. Now that she did, however, she discovered something astounding. When she examined the handsome youth, she could not uncover any information about him. She could not even see the most basic of information such as his name or level. Even after activating an advanced identification skill, she was still left empty-handed. More frighteningly, when her gaze fell upon the youth, he actually turned and returned it, observing her. However, this youth simply smiled before turning away. Although they had only exchanged glances for a brief instant, Gentle Snow felt as if she had been suffocating. In that instant, she had felt as if her life was no longer her own. She had never encountered such an NPC before. She had not even experienced this feeling when she met with a Tier 5 NPC in an imperial capital. Tier 5 NPCs were considered top-class individuals even in an empire. Players could not encounter them casually. She had only met one due to a special quest. Moreover, there were also over a dozen Tier 5 NPCs on the second floor. Even if one added together the Tier 5 NPCs in an empire, there would be fewer than those that were here now. It was no wonder why Feng was surprised. Feng, with so many high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction, will something happen? Gentle Snow sent Feng a private message, wearing a nervous expression. Events frequently occurred throughout God's domain. If players could resolve these events, they could earn decent rewards. However, the penalties for failure were equally heavy. When these events occurred, players' consent did not matter. As long as one was within the event's area, the system considered the players to have accepted the quest. Events in God's domain varied in terms of sizes. The larger an event was, the more horrific its punishment would be. She had met the Tier 5 NPC due to an event. In the end, said event had claimed the lives of 99% of the tens of thousands of players that had been present. A lot of equipment had dropped that day, and very few players had survived. She had been one of the lucky few. Unfortunately, because the event had not been completed, neither she nor the other survivors had received a reward. However, compared to the players that had died, she was considered very lucky. With so many Tier 5 NPCs here, she could not imagine what would happen if an event occurred. It's nothing major. Based on what I have learned, one can determine the value of the items that will be up for auction by the number of high-ranking NPCs that participate. The more NPCs that attend an auction, the more valuable the items will be that appear in said auction. Ordinary items wouldn't attract these hidden dragons, Feng explained. He could tell what Gentle Snow was worried about. So, that's the case. It's no wonder why you would check the second floor. Gentle Snow finally understood. Her tense mood began to vanish. However, Feng had hidden one truth from the Snow Goddess. More high-ranking NPCs joined an auction when there were more risks. It was especially true when an NPC like that mysterious young man attended. God's domain was not a game that let players have their way easily. During the game's initial stages, conflict was limited to players. However, as players reached higher levels, the game would gradually introduce a new type of conflict, the conflict between players and NPCs. In the past, a powerful NPC had even robbed Feng. Hence, money wasn't the only thing necessary to purchase an item from the Blackwing auction house. It was a simple matter if one purchased an item from another player. However, if one purchased an item sold by an NPC, they would have to stay on guard. One might win the bidding for an extremely precious item, but keeping the item would depend on their ability. While Gentle Snow and Feng conversed in secret, the auction had officially begun. Above the auction stage, a beautiful female NPC wearing a white evening gown approached the stage as the auction's hostess. However, as soon as everyone noticed this beautiful, curvaceous NPC, their jaws dropped in shock. This NPC beauty was a level 220, tier 4 great wizard. In any city, she would be an overlord-level NPC. However, such an existence had actually been tasked to host this auction. Everyone marveled at Blackwing City's wealth and influence. While the various players struggled with their days, the first auction item appeared before them. After examining the item's information, these players were thrown back into their stupor. The item was a golden tablet, radiating a purple-gold glow. Complex runes and images had been carved into the metal. With a glance, it was obvious that this tablet was anything but ordinary. A secret technique. Damn! This can't be real, right? The system is so generous to sell something like this at the very beginning? Our guild must have that. We had been right to join the Blackwing auction this time. Notify the others and tell them to purchase coins immediately. Buy as many as you can. We cannot let other guilds obtain this. Ordinary large guilds were completely clueless about the excitement that tore through the crowd. However, various super guilds and super first-rate guilds were thrown into chaos. These representatives eyed the golden tablet like ravenous wolves. Blaster, notify the guild elders immediately. Tell them to send as much money as they can as quickly as possible. Hidden Cloud shouted, excitement coloring his face. I understand. Not daring to delay, Blaster rushed out of the auction house and rapidly contacted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders. Chapter 832, Crazy Auction. Feng was similarly stunned for quite some time after seeing the auction window. A secret technique. This was a treasure that every expert dreamed of obtaining. He had never expected something so shocking to be the Blackwing auction house's first item. If he could obtain this golden tablet, he could help even more people from Zero Wing grasp a powerful combat technique. While Feng recovered from his shock, the bidding for the golden tablet had begun. Bidding for the golden tablet started at 100 gold. However, a few players present instantly bid on it like madmen. 110 gold. 120 gold. 700 gold. It only took a few short seconds to stun many of the players present. The golden tablet starting bid had already been beyond many players, yet for just a piece of a broken tablet, someone was actually willing to pay 700 gold. Even to a third-rate guild, this was an astronomical price. A single third-rate guild would have 400 or 500 gold at most. Only second-rate guilds and above could afford such a price. Second-rate guilds, however, unless they had lost their minds, would not spend all their liquid funds on an unknown tablet piece. Suddenly, Hidden Cloud shouted, 1,000 gold. This tablet belongs to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Once again, many players were dumbfounded. They had never expected a super guild like Nine Heavens Pavilion to be so insane as to willingly spend 1,000 gold on the golden tablet. Such big words. Do you think this item belongs to your family or something? A female elementalist with an exquisite body laughed pompously. 1,500 gold. Quiet Melody, what's the point of fighting it? Do you really think the sacred temple can compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Hidden Cloud laughed. He then raised the bid, saying, 1,600 gold. To develop the guild, the sacred temple had recently spent a lot of coins to purchase land and magic crystals. Hence, the temples should be running low. It could not compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion's financial strength right now. Of course, he had two goals in mind with his comment. First, he wanted Quiet Melody to retreat, while his second goal was to buy time. Hidden Cloud had not intended to pay much attention to the auction. He was mainly here to accompany Gentle Snow. Hence, he had not brought a lot of money with him. After pooling the money he and his companions had brought, they only had around 2,000 gold or so. If this were a normal auction, that would be more than enough. They could even purchase a piece of epic equipment. Now, however, it was most likely not enough to win the golden tablet. After all, that tablet was far more valuable than any single epic item. Currently, God's Domain's various super guilds searched for these tablets frantically, yet after investing so many resources and manpower, they had not found any clues leading to these items. There were no set patterns to acquiring these items. It was purely based on luck. Now that this tablet had appeared, he would spend more than 10,000 gold if he could purchase the golden tablet, much less several thousand. This item was like God's Domain's golden lands. Not only was it unique, but its value would also grow in the future. One could only encounter a treasure like this, not find one. However, his guild needed time to collect the required money. This made Hidden Cloud somewhat anxious. Ha ha ha. I never thought that the famous Hidden Cloud would be so arrogant. Quiet Melody covered her mouth with the back of her hand and laughed. Her laughter mesmerized many of the male players in the auction venue. It seems you really don't have much money on hand right now. Well then, I'll gladly buy this golden tablet on your behalf. 3,000 gold. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. The various guild representatives and the many independent players could not believe what they had just heard. 3,000 gold? With that much money, one could buy an ordinary plot of land in an imperial capital. Even to super guilds, this was a large sum of money, yet someone was willing to spend it on a piece of a broken tablet. This was insane. Just what kind of item is this? Gentle Snow was astounded when she heard Quiet Melody's bid. As expected of the Sacred Temple's Vice-Temple Master. Feng, on the other hand, silently praised the beautiful Quiet Melody. He had not expected the woman to see through Hidden Cloud's troubles with just a glance and act on it. While bidding for an item in a Blackwing auction, the item would be sold to the highest bidder once a period of time passed without a competing bid. Moreover, if one did not have enough money on hand, they would not be able to bid. Hidden Cloud's expression instantly soured when he noticed that his ploy had backfired. 3,000 gold was already far beyond his limit. If he had not provoked Quiet Melody and had gradually increased the bid, he could have earned some time for his guild to send more money. Now, however, he had lost the opportunity. Snow, how much money do you have with you? Lend it all to me. I'll pay you back with 10%, no, 20% interest later. How about it? Hidden Cloud asked anxiously. This, Gentle Snow hesitated. Although she did not know the golden tablet's function, she could not outbid a super guild. However, her goal in coming here was to buy some items that were useful to her guild. If she lent all of her money to Hidden Cloud, it would be difficult to purchase the items she needed. After all, such auctions did not happen very often. 30%. Hidden Cloud shouted after hearing the hostess reporting the bid a second time. Alright, I have 1,700 gold with me, Gentle Snow said after considering her options. Gentle Snow immediately traded 1,700 gold to Hidden Cloud, boosting his finances to 3,700 gold. 3,100 gold. However, a few seconds after he called out this bid, Quiet Melody once more shouted, 3,200 gold. At this point, Quiet Melody lost her composure. Although she had prepared some money before coming to the auction, she had not prepared a lot. Recently, to develop its businesses, her guild had purchased several plots of land. Hence, her available funds were limited. For this auction, she had only brought 3,500 gold. After Quiet Melody placed her bid, the other members of the Sacred Temple began to borrow money from other participants. However, a crisp sound echoed throughout the venue. 3,500 gold. Everyone immediately turned their gazes towards the new voice, discovering a beautiful young woman of similarly extraordinary origins. Phoenix Rain. Hidden Cloud glared at the smiling Phoenix Rain, who sat in the back row on the first floor. I am truly sorry, but the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has set its sights on this item as well, Phoenix Rain said, smiling softly. Recently, she had made a huge fortune in the Dark Arena. Although she had already spent some of that fortune, for this auction, she had brought 4,000 gold with her. It was also obvious that both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody were reaching their limits. Hence, she had more than enough to obtain the golden tablet. 3,700 gold. Hidden Cloud yelled out his final bid. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Blaster, demanding, "Blaster, is the money not here yet?" "Boss, they're still in the process of collecting money right now. They've already mailed some of it to me, but I'll need to wait for another minute to receive it." Blaster was also jittery. However, the process of sending money in God's domain was not instantaneous. There was a short transfer time. 3,800 gold. Phoenix Rain increased the bid by 100 gold without hesitation. Both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody frantically tried to borrow money. However, borrowing such a large sum in such a short time was easier said than done. And yet, after Phoenix Rain had announced her bid, Xiaofan motioned towards the hostess and said, 4,000 gold. Chapter 833, Stone Tablet Obtain. Yifeng? Phoenix Rain's mouth twitched slightly when she saw Xiaofan suddenly raise his hand. She hadn't expected him to be here. Moreover, he had placed such a high bid. This placed her in a somewhat awkward position. She only had around 4,000 gold on hand. It would be difficult for her to continue bidding. However, Phoenix Rain's surprise was minor compared to the shock everyone else in the venue felt. This had been a contest between God's domain's major powers, yet someone from a lesser guild had actually dared to outbid them. He had practically issued a direct challenge. How does he have so much money? Surprise flashed in Hidden Cloud's eyes when he turned to the calm Xiaofan. He had already read through the information his team had collected about this man. Xiaofan had been an unknown pawn before entering God's domain, an insignificant existence that did not warrant his attention. However, after joining God's domain, Xiaofan had begun to shine. During the game's early stages, he had only been well known in a town. Afterward, he had vanished from the public eye. The next time he appeared and displayed his strength was when he had helped Gentle Snow. Not only had he defeated Soaring Snake, one of Ouroboros's top experts, but he also helped Gentle Snow become the guild leader of Ouroboros. However, the match against Sirius in the Dark Arena had truly earned him fame. Nevertheless, compared to Hidden Cloud, Xiaofan was still insignificant. Even if the swordsmen were more powerful, at the end of the day, he was merely the upper echelon of a small guild. A small guild could never compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The resources each guild commanded were on entirely different levels. Yet, a minor character like Xiaofan had bid 4,000 gold. Xiaofan was even richer than he was. However, after a brief period of silence, Quiet Melody suddenly shouted, 4,500 gold. She rose the bid by 500 gold instantly. Even Xiaofan could only smile bitterly while shaking his head. Like Phoenix Rain, he had only brought around 4,000 gold. That was a close call. Luckily, I managed to borrow some coins at the last minute. Otherwise, I really would have lost the item to Phoenix Rain. Quiet Melody revealed a relieved smile as she turned to Xiaofan. If not for Xiaofan raising the bid and earning her some time, she would have lost this auction. Damn it! The sacred temple is going to snatch it from us. Hidden Cloud's frustration was overwhelming as he glared at the satisfaction on Quiet Melody's face. If he obtained the golden tablet, not only would the Nine Heavens Pavilion give him the right to use the tablet first, but he would have also made a huge contribution to the guild. Moreover, with the first usage rights to the golden tablet, he could nurture a group of trustworthy experts. With those experts by his side and his contribution to the guild, he could advance his position in the pavilion. Now, however, not only did he have to hand the golden tablet over to someone else, but that person was also a longtime rival. This was far more vexing than losing the golden tablet to Phoenix Rain. "Yi Feng, lend me your 4,000 gold. I'll pay you back with 30% interest," Hidden Cloud asked desperately, his voice no longer carrying any hints of superiority. Xiaofan shook his head, saying, "No, I want 50% interest. That's going too far." Hidden Cloud growled, killing intent lacing his words. 30% is already high. If you hurry, you'll lose the 30% interest and earn yourself a powerful enemy. Emotion warmed Gentle Snow's face. She had never thought that Hidden Cloud would ever make such a threat. His desperation truly confused the Snow Goddess. Just what kind of item was this golden tablet? It had actually driven Hidden Cloud to lose his composure. At this moment, the man before her behaved nothing like the Hidden Cloud she knew. Going too far? Xiaofan grinned. Unhurriedly, he pointed his finger at the distant Phoenix Rain, saying, "The Phoenix Pavilion Master has also asked for a loan. Since you don't want to borrow it, I can lend it to the Phoenix Pavilion Master." You. Furious, Hidden Cloud wanted to rage. However, when he heard the hostess smash the gavel a second time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I promise 50%. On the surface, although Hidden Cloud had agreed to Xiaofang's conditions, he changed his view of Xiaofang from someone who needed a warning to someone who needed to be extinguished. Once the auction was over, he would introduce Xiaofang to despair. Meanwhile, Xiaofang had long since been prepared as he quickly retrieved a contract and handed it to Hidden Cloud. The terms of the contract were very simple. As long as Hidden Cloud signed it, he would obtain 4,000 gold. However, the assassin was required to return 6,000 gold within a day. If he violated the contract, he would have to pay Xiaofang 3 times the amount he borrowed in credits. After Hidden Cloud examined the contract, his hatred for Xiaofang deepened. This was the first time anyone had taken advantage of him to such a degree, yet he was powerless about it. Unfortunately, he could only swallow this humiliation and sign the contract. Immediately, an additional 4,000 gold appeared in his pockets. 7,000 gold. Hidden Cloud shouted. As these words echoed throughout the auction venue, even Quiet Melody was momentarily stunned. She couldn't believe that Hidden Cloud would be this decisive. She had only managed to gather a total of 5,100 gold. The auction would be long over by the time she gathered enough money to make a counterbid. This Yi Feng really is hateful. Even though we are secret partners, he loaned the money to Hidden Cloud, Blue Phoenix huffed as she watched the calm Xiaofang. I was truly blind to have thought of him as a good person. However, Phoenix Rain, who sat beside Blue Bamboo, remained silent as she seriously evaluated the distant Xiaofang. She, too, had initially been angry. However, her anger quickly dissipated after she read the message Xiaofang had sent her. The message was very simple. The golden tablet is dangerous. Although she did not know what kind of danger the golden tablet possessed, she did not think that Xiaofang would lie to her. After all, she had a close partnership with Zero Wing. She had previously stated that, after she obtained the golden tablet, she would split half of the slots to learn the secret technique with Zero Wing. This trade would benefit both sides. There was simply no reason for Xiaofang to reject her offer. She also did not believe that Hidden Cloud would be generous enough to split any of the learning slots with anyone else. While Phoenix Rain pondered, the hostess smashed her gavel a third and final time. Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining this tablet. Let us give him a round of applause, the beautiful hostess announced as she clapped her hands. I finally got it. At this moment, Hidden Cloud felt ecstatic. When the golden tablet rested in his hands, wondrous fantasies of a powerful future filled his mind. He then shifted his gaze to Xiaofan, ridicule flashing in his eyes. "Now that I've obtained the tablet, I'll take care of you soon." Xiaofan paid no heed to Hidden Cloud's gaze. Instead, his eyes shifted towards the venue's second floor. The moment Hidden Cloud obtained the golden tablet, the mysterious youth on the second floor smiled happily at the assassin. When Xiaofan had first laid his eyes on the golden tablet, he, too, had wanted it for his own. However, when he shouted his bid of 4,000 gold, he had turned his attention to the second floor. Indeed, just as Xiaofan had guessed. This golden tablet was not some kind of treasure at all. It was a fatal poison. The instant he announced his bid, the mysterious NPC on the second floor had shifted his gaze towards him. Xiaofan had lived in God's domain for many years, so he was very familiar with the game's NPCs. He was also very familiar with the look in the youth's eyes when he turned towards him. It had not been a look of curiosity or congratulatory. He had looked at Xiaofan as a predator looked at prey. Since the golden tablet was the youth's apparent target, Xiaofan had dropped out of the foolish competition for it. After the first auction item sold, the venue's atmosphere grew heated. The items that appeared afterwards sold quickly, one after another. However, none of these items caught Xiaofan's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is a precious tool in God's domain. With this, not only can you strengthen your defense, but you can also preserve your equipment's durability. This is definitely a must-have when adventuring. The female hostess then presented the attributes of the strengthening device. When the players in the venue saw the strengthening device's attributes, they were flabbergasted, and a passionate flame began to burn in their eyes. Chapter 834, Tool of Astronomical Value. There's actually such a thing in God's domain? The strengthening device was even enough to tempt gentle snow. As players reached higher levels in God's domain, battles grew increasingly intense. Against powerful monsters, in particular, the burden on their equipment durability was massive. It was impossible for players to fight for extended periods in the fields. They had to return to towns frequently to repair their equipment. This limited their grinding and questing efficiency. Unfortunately, no one had found a tool in God's domain that could solve this problem. The only solution they had was to prepare several sets of equipment as temporary replacements. However, guilds simply did not have enough equipment to supply every member with multiple sets. It was especially true for top-tier equipment. Even a first-rate guild like Ouroboros had to rely outside sources for equipment, not to mention other guilds. To make matters worse, as players faced higher-leveled monsters, equipment drop rates decreased. This had significantly slowed guilds' development. If guilds had a tool like the strengthening device, they could solve this problem. Although the strengthening device was somewhat expensive, compared to the cost of preparing one or two additional sets of top-tier equipment for a player, the strengthening device was a cheap solution. Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had realized this. The representatives of the various large guilds also understood the value of the strengthening device. Unfortunately, only one device was up for auction right now. "I wish more were up for sale," Gentle Snow sighed in disappointment. Although everyone shared her feelings, nobody held back when placing their bids. 2 gold. 2 gold 10 silver. 2 gold 30 silver. Although only one strengthening device was available, many people participated in the bidding. This was completely different from the golden tablet sale. The tablet's price would soar randomly by several hundred or thousands of gold. Small guilds simply could not afford to participate. However, they could compete for an item that only cost several gold. 5 gold. Hidden Cloud decisively raised the bid by a large margin, causing hesitation to ripple through the crowd. After all, if they call out a higher bid now, they would be challenging a super guild. They were not so desperate as to offend a super guild for a single strengthening device. Suddenly, Quiet Melody shouted, 6 gold. Melody, you think you can challenge me? Hidden Cloud sneered. He then shouted, 10 gold. Now that he had the golden tablet, the guild elders were extremely pleased with him and had marked down his contribution to the guild. Hence, he was in a very good mood. Moreover, the guild had sent him the collected money. Even after paying off his debt to both Gentle Snow and Xiaofan, he still had around 5,300 gold. He was not afraid to compete with the sacred temple in the least. When the bid reached 10 gold, everyone promptly gave up. If they bought the strengthening device for 10 gold, they would lose money rather than saving it. After a moment of thought, Gentle Snow chose to give up as well. Only a single strengthening device was up for sale. Even if she obtained it, its impact was limited. After the hostess slammed her gavel 3 times, Hidden Cloud won the strengthening device. Unfortunately, before Hidden Cloud could celebrate his victory, the hostess presented another strengthening device. Unlike before, however, she displayed a stack of 100 strengthening devices. 100 devices? Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. Immediately, joy blossomed in her heart. 100 strengthening devices would have a far greater impact than just one. It would be of great help during large-scale team quests. 300 gold. 310 gold. 500 gold. The bids continuously increased. You want to compete with your meager wealth? Hidden Cloud laughed. If he could obtain these 100 strengthening devices, he could contribute far more to the guild. He then shouted, 700 gold. 800 gold. Phoenix Rain bid. 1,000 gold. Hidden Cloud raised the price without hesitation. 1,050 gold. Quiet Melody gnashed her teeth as she rose the bid. If she missed the opportunity to purchase these strengthening devices, who knew when she would get another? 1,200 gold. Hidden Cloud leisurely raised the price once more. Even to a super guild, 1,200 gold was not a small amount of money. In the end, both Quiet Melody and Phoenix Rain could only relent. However, nobody could have expected that, after this stack of strengthening devices sold, a stack of 10 strengthening devices would appear on the screen. Damn! Is the system playing with us? Can't they just tell us how many strengthening devices will be up for auction? Although the various large guild representatives were excited that the strengthening device had appeared again, they also felt helpless. After all, who knew if this stack of strengthening devices would be the last available? For a time, everyone participated in another bidding war for the strengthening devices. As one strengthening device after another sold, Xiaofang's elation grew. In the end, all 2,000 strengthening devices had been purchased, with an average price of 10 gold. After deducting the 30% handling fees, Xiaofan earned a total of 14,518 gold. This was far more than he had initially expected. With this money, he would have no problem purchasing the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. After the auction concluded, players began to filter out of the auction house. Boss, we really hit it big this time. Not only did you get the golden tablet, but you also bought plenty of strengthening devices. It won't be long before you secure the position of the 4th floor master, Blaster whispered his congratulations. It's still too soon to celebrate. Now that we have the rights to the tablet, as long as you guys put on a good show, it will only be a matter of time before I become the 4th floor master, Hidden Cloud laughed. He then shifted his gaze toward Xiaofan, who walked alongside Gentle Snow, and said quietly, but that Feng cannot stay. He swindled 2,000 gold out of me. He is looking to die. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Once I'm done dealing with the golden tablet, I'll teach him that it is not that easy to earn my money. Boss, rest assured, my men are already following him. He won't escape, Blaster reported as he patted his chest. He could only feel sorry for the swordsman. Throughout God's domain, there were very few people Hidden Cloud could not kill. He had even recently obtained an excellent dagger. The weapon was practically a nightmare for Hidden Cloud's targets. Just as Hidden Cloud and the others left the Blackwing auction house, everything on the street froze. What's going on? The players wandering the street were shocked. None of them could move, not even a step. They couldn't even make their fingers twitch. It was as if time had stopped, and only their minds remained active. As the space had frozen, fear surfaced in everyone's hearts. They felt as if they stood in the middle of a ferocious beast's nest, and this ferocious beast had already stretched its jaws and was prepared to devour them all. Even Phoenix Rain, Quiet Melody, Gentle Snow, and the other top-tier experts were astounded by this surprising event, much less the various ordinary players. After all, it wasn't just players who could not move. Even the level 180, Tier 2 guards patrolling the street had been rendered immobile. Meanwhile, without anyone's notice, a black figure had appeared in front of Hidden Cloud and quietly overlooked the assassin. Chapter 835, Soul Disintegration. Who is that? Phoenix Rain, who had just exited the auction house, watched the mysterious youth slowly walk towards Hidden Cloud in disbelief. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Blackwing City was not an ordinary city. Even the city patrols were far superior to an imperial capital's. Yet, despite it the daylight hour, this NPC acted so boldly. The most unbelievable part about this situation was that even the Tier 3 guard captains had been frozen in place. This mysterious youth's power was incredibly frightening. "What are you trying to do?" Hidden Cloud asked the mysterious youth before him. He had only managed to force these words out after an intense struggle. He could clearly feel how terrifying the man before him was. The bloody glint in the man's eyes alone made him involuntarily shiver. Before this man, his power was as insignificant as a speck of dust. If this man wished it, he would lose his life instantly. His only option right now was to delay for time. What kind of place was Blackwing City? It was probably the safest location throughout God's domain. There was no way Blackwing City's authorities would allow an NPC to do as they wished. Ha ha ha. You sure are an interesting little fellow. You're still trying to buy time? I advise you to give up. Although you are still in Blackwing City, this space is in a completely different dimension. Even a Tier 5 Divine Mage, adept in space magic, won't detect us here. The mysterious man smiled calmly at Hidden Cloud's question. Alright, will you hand over the golden tablet on your own, or will I have to retrieve it myself? Although the youth's words had not been loud, every player on the street had heard him very clearly. What? An NPC is robbing someone? Is this some kind of event? Isn't this NPC too strong? He's actually making a move inside Blackwing City. This isn't a legendary quest, right? The watching players were both excited and scared. Although this chance encounter was interesting, they were afraid of being caught up in the incident. A meaningless death at their levels would be a major, unfortunate loss. Golden tablet? What is that? I don't know what you're talking about, Hidden Cloud said, his mouth twitching as he stared at the mysterious youth. That golden tablet was his hope of advancing his career in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Not only had he spent a large sum of money to obtain it, but the pavilion's upper echelons had also heard of his procurement already. If he simply handed the tablet to this NPC and returned to report to his superiors that he had lost it, acting as if nothing had ever happened, he would only enrage the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders and guild leader. Handing over the golden tablet was scarier than death. Hearing Hidden Cloud's words, Xiaofan glanced at the assassin, admiring the man's courage. When he had encountered an NPC robbery in his previous life, he had tried to resist as well. Unfortunately, he had not experienced a positive outcome. As he had not been strong enough, the NPC had successfully robbed him. However, being robbed was one thing. The true problem lay in the fact that said NPC had attacked. Dying by an NPC's hand had a far more severe penalty than an ordinary death. Moreover, the more powerful the NPC was, the heavier the punishments players received when that NPC killed them. Xiaofan had been considerably lucky. His murderer had only been a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. In the end, he had lost 2 levels and suffered a weakened state for 5 days. Meanwhile, no matter how he looked at it, the mysterious youth was definitely stronger than a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. A lot stronger. "You're not gonna hand it over," the youth sighed. "It seems that I have to do it myself, then." As soon as the NPC finished his statement, he stretched out a finger and lightly tapped Hidden Cloud's forehead. Pang! Ah! Hidden Cloud screamed with pain, sounding as if this pain came from the depths of his soul. In the next moment, Hidden Cloud's physical body disintegrated, revealing a half-transparent version of himself. However, this half-transparent Hidden Cloud began to fade. The assassin's scream grew in pitch and distorted, sounding almost inhuman. Amazing! This NPC actually knows soul disintegration. Xiaofan was slightly surprised as he watched Hidden Cloud's body vanish in the wind. At this moment, even Xiaofan had sympathy for Hidden Cloud. Xiaofan had only seen soul disintegration in a video in the past. Not only could this attack kill players, but it could also damage a player's soul directly. It was similar to when he absorbed players' immortal souls. An immortal soul, as the name suggested, was an immortal existence. No matter how much damage an immortal soul took, it could recover. When Xiaofan absorbed the immortal souls of the players he killed, he had only absorbed a tiny portion. Even so, this prevented the players from logging into God's domain for a short time. Soul disintegration was different. It was a skill purely meant to shatter a player's soul. It could destroy a player's immortal soul completely. Experiencing one's soul disperse was far more severe than someone or something absorbing a portion of it. Although players could also recover from this damage, it took far more than not logging in for 2 or 3 days. Xiaofan would not be surprised if Hidden Cloud could not log into God's domain for half a month. Why fight it? Though, even if you had handed it over, I would have still killed you. The mysterious youth shook his head as he looked at the golden tablet that had fallen from Hidden Cloud's body. The youth then turned to the other players on the street, smiling as he stated, "Anyways, now that I've obtained the item, let's celebrate with your deaths." A chill gripped the players' hearts as they heard the young NPC's words. "It's over," Phoenix Rain frowned, her previous hint of joy vanishing. Phoenix Rain wasn't the only one to have that reaction. Everyone trembled with fear. They had all heard the assassin's painful wails. Hidden Cloud was an apex expert from the 9 Heavens Pavilion. How much pain could cause an expert like that scream as he had? Feng had been telling the truth. Phoenix Rain suddenly remembered the message Xiaofan had sent. Xiaofan had warned her that the golden tablet was dangerous. Now, it would seem that she had also become one of this NPC's targets, and not even the heavens could save her. Damn it! This NPC is too black-hearted. He won't even spare innocent bystanders. Xiaofang's expression darkened as he watched the mysterious youth's raised hand. He had miscalculated this time. He had never imagined that he would become entangled in the robbery as well. The NPC robberies he had encountered in the past had usually only involved the targeted players. If bystanders kept to themselves, the NPCs would leave them alone. Unfortunately, it was too late to do anything now. In the next moment, an endless amount of mana gathered in the youth's hand. It was as if he had sucked all of the mana in this space into his palm. With this much mana, the spell the youth was conjuring was likely stronger than a Tier 5 skill. The mysterious youth smiled and pointed a finger to the sky. Immediately, the black ball of mana shot up from the youth's hand. After reaching a certain height, a crack suddenly appeared in the mana ball. Chapter 836, Tablet's Secret. Just who is this mysterious youth? Feng was slightly shocked as he looked at the cracking ball of mana in the sky. The skill the youth had used was a Tier 5 curse. Dark Paradise. Even Tier 6 gods would fear this move. The power that the curse contained could turn all the players on this entire street into ashes instantly. Most likely, the penalty they would suffer would not be any lighter than hidden clouds at all. Disappear. The mysterious youth then flew up towards the sky. In the next moment, the black ball of mana transformed into a black hole that began sucking and devouring everything in its surroundings. As the suction grew stronger, the black hole expanded. Players on the street were even getting pulled off the ground. Damn it! Feng abruptly activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation, and his strength attribute immediately surpassed that of a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. Space Freeze, the skill that the youth had used earlier, was partially a control skill. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, Feng became immune to all control skills. Unfortunately, the strength suppression, as well as an extremely powerful mental suppression, was still present inside the frozen space. Even without the original control effect, moving inside the frozen space remained impossible with the attributes of current players. Only by using twofold Berserk did Feng have a chance of moving. Sure enough, this strength suppression is intense. When Feng tried to shift his body, it felt as heavy as lead. Oh. There's still someone who can move? The mysterious youth was slightly surprised as he swept his gaze towards Feng. You are the first Tier 1 class capable of moving under my domain. At this moment, Feng could already twitch his fingers. However, his body was still immobilized. Unfortunately, under Dark Paradise, even if you can move, you cannot escape. However, as soon as the mysterious youth said these words, a low shout entered everyone's ears. Shatter. As the sound of this low shout echoed throughout the entire space, the frozen space instantly shattered. You actually dare make such a huge fuss inside Blackwing City. Your courage is truly commendable. In the next moment, a woman dressed in white sacred robes appeared in the sky, overlooking the mysterious youth. Or are you saying that you intend to make Blackwing City an enemy? Upon regaining his freedom, Feng looked at the woman in white, and he could not help but shout in surprise, Charlene. Feng knew full well just how powerful Charlene was. Every time he met her, the woman's strength had received a significant improvement. At the very beginning, she had been playing the role of a female bandit. Afterwards, she had transformed into a Tier 3 divine official. Later on, she had even become a Tier 5 red official. Now, she was even more powerful, actually managing to directly shatter the mysterious youth's domain. While Feng was still in shock, a red jade staff appeared in Charlene's hand. The instant this staff appeared, the mana in the surrounding space stopped moving altogether. Charlene then lightly tapped her staff and boom! The black hole abruptly disappeared from the sky of Blackwing City. It seems I've underestimated Blackwing City's capabilities, the mysterious youth said as he looked at Charlene. However, it is still impossible for Blackwing City's magic arrays to hold me captive. Saying so, the mysterious youth transformed into a streak of light and vanished from everyone's sight. He sure is quick in running away. The youth's disappearance did not surprise Charlene. After sending Feng a glance, she, too, vanished from the sky, leaving behind only a group of dumbfounded players. What kind of situation is this? Isn't that NPC a little too amazing? He actually succeeded in killing a player inside Blackwing City and got away safely on top of that. Excited expressions appeared on the faces of the players on the street who had witnessed this scene. This was their first time experiencing the power of a high-tiered NPC. In front of these NPCs, even the current strongest player in God's domain would be no different from an ant. However, their excitement was more due to their anticipation of high-tiered classes. Meanwhile, news of this matter also spread throughout God's domain at the speed of light. I never thought that there would also be such a risk when buying NPC-sold items from an auction. It seems I'll have to be careful when purchasing items in the future. When Gentle Snow thought about her purchases for the guild, she could not help growing anxious. Let alone that mysterious youth, even a level 100, Tier 2 NPC could put her in a huge bind. If a Tier 3 NPC appeared, then only death would await her. In reality, Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had such thoughts. The representatives of the various large guilds shared her fears. In the future, when they were purchasing treasures sold by NPCs in an auction, they would have to estimate properly whether or not they had the ability to protect the treasures they wanted to acquire. If they were not confident in protecting a treasure, they would not buy it. Otherwise, they could lose both their lives and money. He's finally gone. Feng breathed out a sigh of relief as he saw the mysterious youth disappearing. Had Charlene come even 1 or 2 seconds later, he would have had to surrender to fate and gotten sucked into the black hole. At that time, not only would he have lost several levels worth of EXP, but he also would not have been able to log into the game for several days. It definitely would have dealt a fatal blow to his gaming career. However, as soon as Feng relaxed, Charlene's voice suddenly entered his ears. "Come to the library. I have some things to say to you. System, you have triggered the epic quest, Tablet Secret. Quest content, head to White River City's library and meet with Charlene." What? Feng was momentarily stunned when he heard the system notification. Even an NPC robbery can trigger a quest. This was Feng's first time to encounter such a situation. Generally, if one had a certain amount of strength, they would be able to repel an NPC robbery easily and protect the merchandise they bought from the auction house. One could say that having sufficient financial power was only the first threshold to purchasing a treasure from the auction house. At the end of the day, whether one would be able to obtain the treasure depended on their own abilities. Hidden Cloud had purchased the golden tablet at a high price. If the assassin were to learn that Feng had fortuitously gotten such a chance encounter due to his sacrifice, he would most likely faint from anger. At this moment, however, Hidden Cloud had long since flown into a rage. Damn it! Damn it! That damnable NPC actually dared to steal my tablet. Hidden Cloud bellowed as soon as he exited his virtual gaming cabin, an extremely ugly expression on his face. Now that he had lost the golden tablet, the upper echelons of the guild would definitely be angry. This feeling of falling from heaven straight into hell maddened Hidden Cloud. After Feng had triggered the quest, he did not hurry to return to White River City. Instead, he bade farewell to Gentle Snow and secretly went to a private location and disguised himself. He then returned to the Blackwing auction house and placed the remaining 3,000 strengthening devices up for sale at the establishment. Rather than selling all 3,000 devices at once, he split them up into batches and scheduled them for different time slots. However, instead of selling them in stacks, he would sell anywhere from 10 to 20 individual pieces for each time slot. If he sold the strengthening device at the Candlelight trading firm, he could indeed earn a lot more money. After all, he would not need to pay an exorbitant handling fee. He could even increase the trading firm's fame this way. However, strengthening devices were not items that ordinary players could easily afford. Only the various large guilds gathered at Blackwing City possessed the financial reserves to purchase these items. When Feng's first batch of 10 strengthening devices went up for sale at the Blackwing auction house, it immediately triggered another commotion in Blackwing City. Isn't this the strengthening device that appeared in the monthly auction? Chapter 837, Lake Heart City. Inside the Blackwing auction house. The moment the strengthening devices appeared once more, various members of large guilds, who had been idling around in the main hall of the auction house, began frantically contacting the upper echelons of their respective guilds. The strengthening device from the monthly auction held just before had already become famous. It had even caused a commotion on God's Domain's official forums. Currently, the monsters in God's Domain were growing more powerful. It would be a miracle if an ordinary player's equipment could last them over 10 hours of grinding out in the fields. If these players frequently fought elite or stronger monsters, their equipment's durability would decline even faster, generally lasting 8 hours at most. Guild elite members might be able to hold out for a little longer. However, the current mainstream grinding spots were becoming farther and farther away from cities. Just making a round trip would cost players a lot of time, so much so that their travel time might be even longer than the time they spent grinding monsters. To the elite members and upper echelons of guilds, time was money. It was especially true for the time of guild experts. To develop their guilds, not only were these experts required to maintain a strong lead in levels, but they were also required to raid field bosses and dungeons to procure equipment for the guild. Naturally, these experts could not afford to waste all their time on travel. The obvious solution to this problem was to prepare extra sets of top-tier equipment. However, this method was simply too extravagant even for guilds. While the monthly auction was still ongoing, the various large guilds had immediately experimented on the strengthening devices they acquired. As a result, they had already gained a relatively precise understanding of the item's effects. Previously, they could only make a rough guess based on the introduction of the item. Hence, upon conducting their tests, these large guilds were shocked. Although the strengthening device could only extend a player's grinding time by 3 to 4 times, the better the equipment the strengthening device was used on, the greater the effects. In addition, while battling, the bonus durability provided by the strengthening device would be the first to diminish instead of the equipment's own durability. In other words, as long as players still had strengthening devices on hand, they could devote their time to grinding. They would not have to prepare any additional equipment, neither would they need to return to a city to get their equipment repaired. If allocated to ordinary or elite players, the 10 gold strengthening device would indeed be very extravagant. However, when assigned to an expert player, it would not be one bit extravagant. On the contrary, it would be a profit, instead. Unfortunately, the strengthening devices were sold only in the monthly auction. This situation caused many large guilds that had not participated in the auction great frustration. Now that the strengthening device had appeared in the auction house as a player-sold item, how could the members of the various large guilds not grow frantic? Just a few minutes after the strengthening device's appearance, the price for a single unit broke past the 9 gold threshold. Moreover, the price was still increasing rapidly. Even Xiaofan had not expected the strengthening device to be this popular. When he exited the auction house, he saw group after group of players rushing into the building. Huh? Why is Phoenix Rain suddenly contacting me? Just as Xiaofan was preparing to leave Blackwing City, he suddenly received a call from Phoenix Rain. However, the person she was contacting was not Feng but Black Flame. Guild leader Black Flame, have you heard? There is a player selling strengthening devices at the Blackwing auction house right now, Phoenix Rain said through the video chat, smiling. Yes, I've also just heard about it. Xiaofan nodded, having already changed to his Black Flame guise. But why is Phoenix Pavilion Master contacting me? I want to purchase a large number of strengthening devices, so I wish to borrow some money from you. Of course, I won't borrow it for nothing. 3 days later, I'll return it to you with 30% interest, or you can buy a high potential land in one of the Black Dragon Empire's major cities from me. Phoenix Rain smiled as she extended a tempting proposition. Originally, she had not wished to borrow money from Xiaofan. However, with the appearance of the strengthening device, and based on her newfound knowledge regarding the item, she had a great opportunity for the Phoenix Pavilion to surpass the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Level 40 was an important turning point in God's domain. With the strengthening device, she could rapidly raise a group of experts to level 40. At level 40, even using only common mounts would still bring about explosive improvements to their leveling speeds. They would be able to develop new maps earlier than other guilds. However, she had already spent a large part of her funds to purchase other items during the monthly auction. She did not have enough to contest for the strengthening devices, not to mention needing money to buy mounts. Hence, she gave Feng such a lucrative offer. Of course, the reason why she had looked for Feng to borrow money from and not someone else was mainly because Zero Wing was simply too wealthy. Zero Wing had relatively few members. The guild's various departments were also incomplete. The guild's expenses were not particularly high, either. Moreover, Zero Wing was the proud owner of Star Moon Kingdom's wealthiest trading firm, the Candlelight Trading Firm. The guild also possessed the enviable Stone Forest town. The guild's daily profits were in no way inferior to even those of a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Due to these reasons, the wealth Zero Wing possessed could make even her envious. Just from the bid Feng had placed earlier on the golden tablet, one could tell how rich Zero Wing was. Alright, but I want to purchase land at the Black Dragon Empire's Lake Heart City. Feng inwardly cheered upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words. He had never imagined that the woman would be so desperate. However, I'll say this first. I still have other uses for my coins. I won't buy it if your price is too high. Although he had previously purchased some potential land in the Black Dragon Empire and subsequently established the Candlelight Trading Firm at these locations, there was a limit to his funds. Currently, large guilds within the Empire had long since bought up the majority of the potential land in the Empire's major cities. Even if Zero Wing could afford to purchase them now, nobody would be willing to sell any of their lands. Now that Phoenix Rain was willing to sell potential land, he naturally had to take advantage of the opportunity. In the future, the value of these plots would increase manifold. It was especially true for the land in Lake Heart City. Lake Heart City was a small island city located within the Black Dragon Empire. The island itself was situated in the middle of Mist Lake, the Black Dragon Empire's largest lake. Lake Heart City was also a producer of one particular item. And that item was the Ice Jade. On its own, the Ice Jade was an item that could raise a player's ice resistance temporarily. It could also be processed into ice resistance gemstones, which could be inlaid into equipment, similar to regular gemstones, and greatly increase a player's ice resistance. During the initial stages of the game, this item was not particularly valuable. After players reached level 50, however, the value of ice jades would multiply. At that time, the demand for the item would exceed its supply. Likewise, the value of the lands of Lake Heart City would also increase markedly. Previously, there had been too many lands that Zero Wing had to purchase. However, the guild's funds were extremely constrained. Hence, it had to limit its purchases to a few cities. Although it had earned enough money later on, by then, the potential lands of Lake Heart City had long since been bought clean. As for the golden lands of the city, Zero Wing had neither the money nor reputation required to purchase them. In the end, the guild had no choice but to settle for an ordinary plot of land. Lake Heart City? Phoenix Rain checked and discovered that there were indeed 2 plots of high-potential land under her name in Lake Heart City. Moreover, although Lake Heart City was one of the major cities in the Black Dragon Empire, the player population there was not particularly high, as the city was mainly a tourist spot for casual players. She had never imagined that Feng would actually be interested in such a location. Alright. I have land that is close to the auction house there. I'll sell it to you at market price, which is 6,200 gold. However, I also want to borrow an additional 4,000 gold. I'll return the 4,000 gold 3 days later. How about it? Deal. Xiaofan immediately grew ecstatic when he saw the location of the land in the map Phoenix Rain had sent him. With this plot of land, he would gain another income source for his city-building funds. Chapter 838, Raging Market. Lake Heart City was currently a prime tourist spot for players, as the city itself was like heaven on earth. Many casual players or players who wished to get away from the frontlines would often visit this city. However, those who preferred adventuring and battling rarely visited the city. Most of the leveling maps around Lake Heart City were either located underwater or shrouded in mist. Both environments affected a player's combat power considerably. Hence, very few players wishing to level up and go on adventures would reside in Lake Heart City. Due to players reaching higher levels and the increasing number of maps and dungeon bosses requiring high ice resistance, the presence of the ice jades eventually attracted a lot of attention to Lake Heart City. In the past, the city had very quickly gained popularity, becoming the 6th most populous city in the Black Dragon Empire. The prices of land there had skyrocketed overnight. Xiaofan never imagined that he would receive such a fortunate offer as a result from selling the strengthening devices. After agreeing on the trade conditions, Xiaofan and Phoenix Rain decided to meet up in White River City. If one wanted to trade lands, they needed to do it through a city hall through either of two methods. The first method was a relatively fast but troublesome process, while the second method was simple but time-consuming. Xiaofan usually left the responsibility of purchasing lands to Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile. They would then transfer the ownership of these lands to him through a random city hall. This way, he didn't need to make a trip to the city hall. However, this method of transferring ownership had a verification period of 1 day. The other method was for him to go to the relevant city hall in person. By doing so, he could complete the transfer procedures immediately. Currently, Xiaofan was in no hurry to obtain the land in Lake Heart City. Hence, there was no need for him to travel there personally to complete the transfer of ownership. During the time Xiaofan and Phoenix Rain were chatting with each other, one notification after another popped up in Xiaofang's system notification window. System: the 20 strengthening devices you placed on auction have been sold. After the deduction of the processing fees, a total of 164 gold 85 silver has been added to your bag space. System: the 20 strengthening devices you placed on auction have been sold. After the deduction of the processing fees, a total of 165 gold 64 silver has been added to your bag space. During the short time since Xiaofan left the auction house, the amount of money in his bag had increased by over 1,000 gold. The rate at which he was earning money was just staggering. This handling fee is simply usurious. Xiaofan felt a pang in his heart when he looked at the actual amount of money he had obtained from the sales. Although the current handling fee was not as high as that of the monthly auction, it was still 20%. He could have purchased many good plots of land with all the handling fees he had paid. Xiaofan could not help but admit that the auction house was extremely profitable. Unfortunately, current players were still incapable of establishing their own auction houses. The precondition for doing so was having a city of their own. Following which, Xiaofan teleported back to White River City and prepared to head to the library. The golden tablet held a great temptation for Xiaofan. A secret technique was a treasure that could allow players to learn advanced combat techniques directly. To guilds, not to mention several epic weapons, even the value of a fragmented legendary weapon was incomparable to that of a secret technique. If he could obtain the golden tablet, it would definitely improve the overall strength of Zero Wings core members by a large margin. Upon exiting the teleportation hall, Xiaofan took out the dark gold whistle from his bag and blew it gently. As the sound of the whistle rang out, a magic array appeared on the street. The demonic flame tiger then emerged from the magic array. The body of the demonic tiger was roughly the size of a small house. The black flames that surrounded its sharp claws sent the ambient temperature rising by several degrees. The instant the demonic flame tiger appeared, the players on the street were immediately stupefied. Why did a monster suddenly appear here? Could monsters be attacking the city? That's not right. Why aren't any of the guards on patrol reacting? The onlookers grew flustered as they stared at the demonic flame tiger. Not only did it possess an intimidating appearance, but the aura leaking out of its body also made their hearts shiver in fear. Even the elite players sensed a massive threat from the demonic flame tiger. Feng could not help but smirk as he swept a glance at the immobilized players. He then walked up to the demonic flame tiger. This was a dark gold mount. Its strength was equivalent to a level 40 chieftain. Naturally, it is not something ordinary players could handle. Has that person lost his mind? He's actually going up to it. Is he not afraid of getting killed? Everyone thought that Feng had lost himself to fear as they watched him approach the demonic flame tiger. However, when they saw the demonic flame tiger obediently lie down before Feng and enjoy Feng's caress agreeably, their mouths fell wide open. However, an even more shocking scene occurred in the next moment as Feng mounted the demonic flame tiger. "Let's go!" Feng shouted lowly. Suddenly, the demonic tiger let out a loud roar and took a step forward. It then transformed into an afterimage that disappeared before everyone. What? That's a mount? I'm not seeing things, right? Who is that person? That giant tiger mount looks so cool. No one dared believe what they just saw. Riding a mount was still a faraway dream for them. Even if they managed to reach level 40 eventually, amassing a fortune of 40 gold was not that easy. It would be even more impossible for them to ride a bronze or mysterious iron mount. While Feng was rapidly making his way towards the library, the players present on the street outside the teleportation hall went into a frenzy. Every one of them was madly posting on the official forums. A hero riding a giant tiger has appeared in White River City. Many people initially did not believe the words written in this post. After all, the number 1 players on the various Empire ranking lists were only at level 39. These players were still a long way off from reaching level 40. How could there possibly be someone capable of riding a high-ranking mount right now? After watching the recorded video, everyone was shocked. There were some who felt admiration, some who felt jealousy, and some who felt pride. There were also many people trying to guess at Feng's identity. Just who was actually capable of riding such a mount? Unfortunately, as Feng had hidden his face using the black cloak, nobody could discern his identity. A dark gold mount sure is fast. Even an advanced horse carriage is far inferior to it. This was also Feng's first time riding a dark gold mount. The speed of the mount was simply incomparable to fine gold mounts. The demonic flame tiger's speed was at least 20% or 30% faster than an advanced horse carriage. Just as Feng was quickly approaching the library, he suddenly received a call from Autumn Goose. When Feng accepted the call, the image of an anxious autumn goose appeared before him. What happened? Feng could not help but ask after seeing her apprehensive expression. Feng, Gunfire contacted me just now, saying that a group of players that had suddenly appeared is hunting Rain and Blue. These players are very powerful and are capable of doubling the death penalty of the players they killed. Moreover, they also have a means of jamming a player's communications. However, I'm currently not in Star Moon Kingdom. Can you please go save them? Autumn Goose asked worriedly. After reaching their level, even a single death was a painful loss. If their death penalties were doubled, the cost of dying once would be devastating. However, she could not come up with a good method to save Thoughtful Rain and the others at the moment. The only person she could think of right now who might be of help in this situation was Feng. Where are they now? Feng was initially stunned, but he immediately said in a hurried tone, "I'll head over there right away." Feng had never imagined that there would actually be people who would still dare to take action against Zero Wings members within the boundaries of Star Moon Kingdom at this point. Chapter 839, Crystal Maze. Hearing Feng answer without hesitation, Autumn Goose was touched. She also felt slightly envious. The reason why she had joined an independent organization like the Wind God Spear was precisely how the people within the organization treated each other like family. If one of them got bullied, they would fearlessly help out their companions regardless of the cost. They did not behave like guild members, who had to worry about various aspects even when helping out a companion. Generally, players in the upper echelons of guilds, like Feng, were even less likely to make a move casually. People in his position would usually ascertain what kind of enemy they were going up against first and make a decision only after determining the potential profits and losses. However, Feng had not done any of this. Instead of asking who their enemy was, the first thing Feng wanted to know was the whereabouts of Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Such a situation generally would never happen in a guild. Some experts ambushed Rain and the others at the Crystal Forest. The enemies were wearing black cloaks, so they did not find out anything about those experts. Moreover, their ambushers operated silently. Fortunately, Rain and Blue managed to use the instantaneous movement scrolls you gave them before to escape. However, based on what Gunfire told me, those people were there specifically to kill Rain and Blue. They definitely will not let them get away. Here are the coordinates of where the ambush took place. You have to be careful, Autumn Goose said as she sent the map coordinates to Feng. I understand. I'll hurry there immediately. After seeing the coordinates of the Crystal Forest, Feng silently committed it to memory. He quickly turned the demonic flame tiger around and headed straight for the teleportation hall. Despite the low odds for Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's rescue, when Autumn Goose heard Feng's calm and steady tone, for some reason, she felt relieved. The travel time from White River City to the Crystal Forest aside, just getting from the nearest transfer point to where Thoughtful Rain's group got ambushed would require at least 2 hours. Although Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo had escaped using the instantaneous movement scrolls, current players had many more skills than before, which made tracking other players much easier. Moreover, the enemies chasing after Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo had somehow managed to keep them in a combat state, preventing them from using return scrolls. Even logging out of the game normally was not possible, as the system would directly mete out the death penalty if they went offline while in a combat state. Please let Rain and the others make it. At this moment, the only other thing Autumn Goose could do was pray. She was currently in the faraway Dark Knight Empire. She would need even more time than Feng to reach the Crystal Forest. The core area of the Crystal Forest was rife with trees made out of crystals. Currently, over a dozen players covered in black cloaks were searching there. Damn it! Quirrell, have you not found their tracks yet? Boss Hellfiend has already given the word that we must kill those core members of Zero Wing, Ordinary Stranger asked in a low tone as he looked at a distant assassin. They had already gathered information regarding the whereabouts of many of Zero Wing's core members. However, the majority of those members were currently grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains. It would take Ordinary Stranger's team over a dozen hours of travel just to get there. As for the remaining core members, they were raiding team dungeons. They were unlikely to leave the dungeons anytime soon. The only ones nearby were Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had been seen grinding with Zero Wing's upper echelon before. However, he had never imagined that even those two women would succeed in escaping his ambush. In the end, his team had only managed to kill 2 unrelated independent players. If this matter were to reach the Adjudicator's ears, his team's days in King's Return would no doubt be numbered. Do you think it is that easy to track players here? The assassin named Quirrell rolled his eyes at Ordinary Stranger. He then swept a glance at the surrounding crystal shrubbery, gnashing his teeth as he said, "Those two beauties sure know how to run. They actually reached this crystal maze. If not for this natural maze, I would have long since found them by now. However, rest assured, although the terrain here is complex, this place has only one exit. The two of them cannot use return scrolls right now. They also cannot log off normally. It is only a matter of time before we find them." "Good, then. Thunder and I will guard the exit. You guys head inside and search for those two. We need to kill them as quickly as possible. Don't forget, we don't have much time left. We still need to deal with the other members of Zero Wing," Ordinary Stranger instructed. "I understand." Quirrell also began hastening his search. Aside from Quirrell, the other members of the team paired off and began searching the crystal maze. "Rain, what are we going to do? Those people are still chasing after us. If we head in any further, we will arrive at the lair of the crystal wolves." Blue Bamboo's heart began palpitating as she looked at the patrolling pack of crystal wolves some distance away. These crystal wolves were incomparably powerful. In order to complete a crystal collection quest, they had also personally experienced the strength of these monsters. Previously, when Xiaofan had led them to kill the crystal wolf packs, they had not felt these monsters to be much of a threat. However, after returning to this place again by themselves, they found out just how difficult and exhausting dealing with these monsters was. Alone, a single wolf pack was not particularly scary. However, if they did not kill these crystal wolves quickly enough, these monsters would summon more companions in the vicinity, instantly bolstering their numbers by several times. Sometimes, the crystal wolves would also draw special elites, or even chieftain-ranked monsters. Fortunately, when the chieftain appeared, they had Death Wind to tank it. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Only, they had never imagined that, rather than dying to the level 45 chieftain, Death Wind would die at the hands of cloaked players that had suddenly appeared, instead. If not for Death Wind and gunfire delaying those people, they would not have had a chance to use the instantaneous movement scrolls that Yi Feng had given to them for emergencies. Currently, there were crystal wolves all around them. If they moved deeper into the maze, the possibility of discovery by a wolf pack would increase as well. In which case, by the time those cloaked players caught up to them, these crystal wolves would have long since killed them already. We can only give it a shot. We'll use an invisibility potion and continue forward. Hopefully, these wolf packs can buy us enough time. Thoughtful Rain gritted her teeth as she looked at her own status window. She then took out 2 invisibility potions and gave one of the bottles to Blue Bamboo. Both of them were currently afflicted with the Soul Lock debuff. As long as they were out in the fields, they would not be able to contact anybody for 5 hours. Their attackers had also forced them into a constant combat state, which prevented them from using their return scrolls. Arbitrarily logging out of the game would result in them suffering the death penalty immediately. While Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo snuck deeper into the crystal maze, Xiaofan had already arrived at the crystal forest. "I finally caught up." Xiaofan tapped on the demonic flame tiger, storing it away as he looked at the crystal forest before him. He then opened the map for the crystal forest. Even now, Autumn Goose had yet to contact him again. This silence meant that Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were still alive. The enemy is extraordinary. The fact that Rain and Blue have remained at large suggests that they entered the crystal forest's core area, the crystal maze. Hopefully, I can make it in time. After taking a glance at the map, Xiaofan used space movement, the activatable skill of the aura of space. Space movement allowed him to cross up to 600,000 yards instantly. He could easily traverse the entire crystal forest or move to any location within the map. If not for this skill, he would not have made it to the crystal forest so quickly either. Now that the skill's cooldown was over, he could use it once again. In the blink of an eye, Feng appeared at a location close to the crystal maze's entrance. Guarding the entrance as well? It seems you guys really are targeting Zero Wing. The instant Feng appeared in the area, he immediately noticed the cloaked ordinary stranger and Thunder Tiger keeping watch at the entrance of the crystal maze, their eyes radiating cold killing intent. Chapter 840, Magic Staff. Just when Feng noticed ordinary stranger and Thunder Tiger, the two of them caught sight of Feng. "Brat, I don't know how you suddenly appeared here, but since you've come to this place, you can only consider yourself unlucky," Thunder Tiger, who had hidden his identity and appearance, said when he suddenly saw the similarly anonymous Feng. Taking the initiative, he walked towards Feng. "All this waiting around has made me annoyed. Old stranger, you better not make a move. I'm gonna use this brat here to relieve some of my stress." "Sure, but the equipment he drops will belong to me," Ordinary Stranger laughed. Ordinary Stranger had discovered Feng's presence the instant Feng had appeared. Initially, he had thought that a powerful enemy had shown up. However, after some close observation, he did not sense any threat coming from beneath the black cloak. On the contrary, he had noticed many holes in Feng's defense. If not for Thunder Tiger declaring his claim, Ordinary Stranger would have long since taken action to remove this ant. However, even if the opponent were an expert, it would not matter. Thunder Tiger was a top-tier expert of King's Return. Currently, he was already level 38. Placed in Star Moon Kingdom, his level would rank within the top 10. Not to mention, he was fully geared in level 35 Dark Gold equipment. His maximum HP was as high as 14,600. His combat standard was also at the refinement realm already. Dealing with 2 or 3 ordinary experts simultaneously would be child's play for him. Even if the opponent were an expert of the same combat standards, Thunder Tiger was a refinement realm expert of King's Return. The guild had long since presented the Berserker with a Berserk skill. As long as Thunder Tiger activated this Berserk skill, he could kill a Refinement Realm expert easily. He could even defeat a Flowing Water Realm expert. In the off chance that Thunder Tiger was no match for this new arrival, Ordinary Stranger himself could still back up the Berserker. If he and Thunder Tiger worked together, they would be practically invincible in Star Moon Kingdom. Only Zero Wing's Black Flame and Yifeng could cause them to feel fear. No one else was worth mentioning. As soon as Ordinary Stranger finished speaking, Thunder Tiger retrieved a two-handed saber from his back and used charge at Feng. When using charge, controlling the sudden increase in speed was extremely difficult for ordinary players. As a result, they would usually reveal flaws in their attack. However, Thunder Tiger was different. He had long since mastered this skill. By adjusting his center of gravity, he had managed to apply his increased speed to his attack, creating his own charging slash. He had transformed a system-generated skill into a personal skill. Not only did his saber speed up, but the power contained within it also increased. Even a shield warrior of the same level would have to retreat several steps, breaking their stance. Boom! As the two-handed saber landed, sparks scattered into the surroundings. A silver one-handed sword actually stopped Thunder Tiger's lightning-fast saber. What? Thunder Tiger was shocked as he stared at Feng standing steadily in his original position. The charging slash getting blocked did not come as a surprise to Thunder Tiger. However, this was his first time to encounter an enemy who could remain standing steadily after receiving his charging slash. Even Broken City, an elder of King's Return, had to retreat half a step after receiving this attack of his. This situation was simply inconceivable. "Tiger, be careful. We've got a tough one." Ordinary Stranger warned hurriedly after realizing that their enemy this time was no common player. As he began casting a spell, he added, "We'll deal with him together." "I understand." Thunder Tiger's expression had turned serious as well, the contempt he felt before disappearing completely. He promptly used Whirlwind Slash in an attempt to drive Xiaofan away. However, as soon as he started swinging his gray saber, a streak of blue light struck his weapon. A crack in space also appeared along the path the blue light had taken. Pang! Thunder Tiger felt his hands going numb as his saber came to an abrupt halt. It felt as if he had just struck an iron wall. Immediately after, however, a powerful impact shook him, forcing him to retreat 4 steps before he could stabilize his body. Damage of -1,338 points appeared above the berserker's head. He had instantly lost close to 10% of his HP. Who are you? At this moment, even if Thunder Tiger were a fool, he would understand that the man before him was definitely stronger than himself. In just a single exchange of skills, he had lost over 1,000 HP. Xiaofang's strength could practically rival a chieftain of the same level. Before Thunder Tiger could react, a streak of blue light instantly slashed his body. Although the berserker had tried to defend himself with his saber, he was simply no match for the speed of the sword light. -7,151. The lightning effect having triggered, Xiaofang's attack instantly took away half of Thunder Tiger's HP. The berserker himself also went flying over 10 yards away. Who am I? At this time, Xiaofan laughed. You dared to come and find trouble with Zero Wing, yet you still ask who I am? Hearing Xiaofan saying so, whether it was Thunder Tiger or ordinary stranger, both of them immediately shuddered as a name appeared in their minds. Sword King Black Flame. Why is he here? Ordinary stranger's expression darkened, his heart roiling with confusion. Their operation this time was top secret. They had even placed a soul lock on the targets of their ambush. The 2 women should have no way of contacting anyone from Zero Wing. Hence, the possibility of them encountering Black Flame here was practically non-existent. Yet, now, Black Flame had appeared before them. However, ordinary stranger gave no further thought to this matter. Since Black Flame was here, there was only one thing they could do right now. Escape. They had next to no chance of winning against Black Flame in a direct confrontation. Their only hope for resisting Black Flame was to meet up with the Falcon Legion. In the next moment, ordinary stranger waved his staff and cast the Tier 1 spell Summon Flame Spirit. A level 38 special elite flame lizard appeared immediately. Following which, he used one of the activatable skills of his magic staff, Undead Sacrifice. Suddenly, the flame lizard let out an agonized wail as the red flames covering its body turned into an emerald green, its body doubling in size. Its rank had increased from special elite to lord as well. Undead Lizard, Undead, Lord. Level 38. HP 3-600-000/3-600-000. Such a powerful monster was more than enough to deal with a top-tier expert. Moreover, as a summoner, he could form a soul link with his summoned creature, which allowed him to transfer 50% of the damage he received to it. However, ordinary stranger knew quite well that even with the Undead Lizard, Thunder Tiger and he were still no match for Xiaofan. They had a very clear understanding of just how powerful experts of Xiaofang's standard were. He had summoned the Undead Lizard only to delay Xiaofan. The Undead Lizard was a speed-type monster. At the same time, it possessed multiple control skills. It could surely pin down Xiaofan and give them an opportunity to escape. Retreat. Ordinary stranger waved his staff and shot elemental bullets at Xiaofan. Simultaneously, he willed the Undead Lizard forward to attack Xiaofan. Thunder Tiger no longer held back either, as he activated his berserk skill, Heart of Fury. The skill instantly increased his strength by 80%, his endurance by 50%, and his movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 2 minutes. After activating his berserk skill, Thunder Tiger turned around and fled without hesitation. Looking at the oncoming elemental bullets and Undead Lizard, Feng sneered and said, "Don't you think it's a little too late to be escaping now?" Saying so, he abruptly stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground. Chapter 841, Taboo Skills Might. You're not getting away. Feng deflected the elemental bullets using Killing Ray while activating one of the abyssal blade's skills. Abyssal Curse. Immediately, a black magic array appeared on the ground. With Feng as the center, it covered a radius of 30 yards, instantly enveloping the undead lizard, which was the size of a small house, as well as Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger. Endless streams of black mist flowed into their bodies. Not good. It's an AoE control skill. Ordinary Stranger frowned. Right now, it felt as if his body was stuck in quicksand. He could not move at all. He had never imagined that Feng would have such a trump card as well. At this moment, not to mention him, even the Lord-ranked undead lizard was immobilized. As a result, Feng had readily broken through the Lord's defensive line and was currently charging rapidly at them. "Tiger, delay him, buy me some time." Ordinary Stranger no longer tried to hold back as he activated his berserk skill, Mana Detonation, his attributes increasing by a large margin. At the same time, he used Mental Exemption, becoming immune to all control effects for 5 seconds. He then began chanting an incantation, causing the surrounding mana to churn violently. Thunder Tiger nodded in response to Ordinary Stranger's instructions. Activating Brilliant Will, he removed the control effect of Abyssal Curse, then shifted in front of his summoner companion. "Come. Let me have a look at the abilities of the Sword King." Thunder Tiger bellowed as he stomped down, shattering the ground underfoot. He then swung his two-handed saber abruptly at the swordsman rushing straight at him. Tier 1 skill, Storm Slash. Over a dozen wind blades flew at Feng, every one of them targeting his blind spots. Unlike the normal attacks of players, the wind blades of Storm Slash appeared simultaneously. There was no time lag between each attack, preventing Feng from evading them entirely. Moreover, Storm Slash was a skill that could not be blocked, only dodged. It was an extremely rare skill of the Berserker class. This skill was also the trump card Thunder Tiger usually used to kill experts of equal standards. For players who did not know the intricacies of this skill, they would generally defend themselves with their weapons. The outcome of doing so would be these players receiving the strikes of the dozen or so wind blades. Currently, Thunder Tiger had his Berserk skill activated. The destructive power of his Storm Slash could easily instant kill Feng. Try to block it if you can. Thunder Tiger could not help but sneer as he saw Feng remaining steadfast in his charge forward. Unfortunately for Thunder Tiger, he had grossly underestimated Feng's understanding of God's domain. When the wind blades arrived before Feng, he was already within 20 yards of Thunder Tiger. He promptly used the Tier 2 Taboo skill, Instant Strike. Suddenly, Feng vanished before the wind blades of Storm Slash and reappeared in front of Thunder Tiger, faint arcs of electricity circling Feng's body. Thunder Tiger panicked. He instinctively executed Whirlwind Slash. However, before the Berserker's Whirlwind Slash could complete even half a rotation, numerous blue arcs of lightning devoured him whole. In the next moment, Thunder Tiger's HP dwindled at a rate visible to the naked eye until it finally hit 0. How is he so fast? Thunder Tiger's eyes widened as he looked at where the strikes had landed. He simply could not bring himself to believe that what he was seeing was real. He had activated his Berserk skill. He should have received significant improvements in speed, yet he still failed to keep up with Feng's swords. Not to mention his body, before his eyes could even react, the swordsman's swords had cut through him multiple times. This was definitely his first time witnessing such speed. Standing a short distance away, fear similarly covered Ordinary Stranger's face. He had never dreamed that Thunder Tiger would not manage to delay Xiaofan for even a short while despite having activated his berserk skill. Fortunately, Xiaofan was still roughly 10 yards away. The time it would take for the swordsman to reach Ordinary Stranger was more than enough for him to finish casting his spell. At that time, although the spell would not kill Xiaofan, at the very least, it would help buy Ordinary Stranger time to escape. Huh? Where is he? During the brief moment Ordinary Stranger was lost in his thoughts, Xiaofan, who had been standing in front of Thunder Tiger, actually vanished. Hua! Suddenly, Ordinary Stranger felt a pang at his heart. Without him noticing, a longsword wrapped in blue electric arcs had emerged from his chest. You! Turning his head around, Ordinary Stranger discovered Xiaofan standing right behind him. He had actually failed to notice the swordsman approaching him altogether. It was as if Xiaofang's presence was completely non-existent. Seeing his HP decreasing without any signs of stopping, Ordinary Stranger was at a loss for words. He and Thunder Tiger were both top-tier experts of King's Return. They could easily become top-class existences in any kingdom they went to. Although he had long since known that he and his berserker companion were no match for Xiaofan, he had never imagined that the gap between them was actually so enormous. At this moment, even if he related everything that had happened here to someone else, most likely, nobody would believe him. Although Ordinary Stranger still wished to say something, he was already out of time as his vision suddenly turned gray, his body falling to the ground. When he died, he dropped 2 pieces of cloth armor. There were actually 2 refinement realm experts. It's no wonder Rain and the others were no match for them. Although Xiaofan had failed to discover the identities of thoughtful Rain's assailants, he clearly grasped the combat standards of the 2 from the battle just now. With the strength of those 2 players, they would be hard-pressed to find any opponents capable of opposing them. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered him today. Not to mention, he had even activated a Tier 2 Taboo skill to deal with them. Following which, Xiaofan picked up the items that the 2 dropped. He then summoned the demonic flame tiger and headed straight into the crystal maze. Deep inside the crystal maze, the members of the Falcon Legion were currently busy clearing out the crystal wolves blocking their path. They were moving increasingly closer to the lair of the crystal wolves. These 2 beauties sure know how to run. They're hiding wherever there is danger. However, let's see how you'll continue escaping once you enter the lair of the crystal wolves, Quirrell muttered as he switched his footwork. Like a black gale, the dagger in his hand struck at a level 45 special elite wolf. Without giving the special elite wolf any opportunity to react, Quirrell landed blow after blow with his daggers. Although the special elite tried to resist, none of its attacks could connect with the assassin's body. Little by little, Quirrell plundered away the special elite's HP, wielding the pitch-black daggers in his hands rapidly. A short moment later, the special elite wolf, whose HP had been in the hundreds of thousands, fell to the ground. From start to end, the wolf had never once managed to land a hit on Quirrell. Team leader Quirrell sure is amazing. His skill level has improved again. In the guild's next class competition, his ranking will no doubt increase once more, a nearby level 37 female assassin said, her face filled with admiration as she looked at Quirrell. Don't make a fool of yourself. Team leader Quirrell has very high expectations. With your standards, do you think you will be able to gain his favor? Let's just hurry up and clear away these crystal wolves. Otherwise, they're going to call for more reinforcements. If we make team leader Quirrell angry, we'll definitely suffer miserably, a level 37 male ranger criticized. The female assassin, who possessed an above-average appearance and figure, remained unperturbed by the ranger's comment. Instead, she retorted, "Hee, so what if I'm trying to gain his favor? If you were as capable as team leader Quirrell, would try to gain your favor, too." In the opinion of outsiders, once one became an inner member of a super guild, a wonderful future awaited them. In reality, however, this was a big misconception. super guilds were far crueler than other guilds. The competition among its inner members was extremely intense. All those who managed to become a part of the middle management of the guild were indeed experts among experts, dragons among men. They were experts who could easily wipe the floor with the so-called top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world. This strength was also the reason why the various super guilds paid no particular attention to the super newcomers of each year. Meanwhile, as long as Quirrell improved just a little bit more, he could enter the middle management of King's Return. At that time, he would become a celebrity-level character, enjoying endless fame and glory. Team Leader Quirrell, something happened. Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger are dead. Chapter 842, Feng arrives. They died? When Quirrell heard the report, he quickly called out the system team window. Sure enough, among the list of team members, both the names of Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger had turned gray, which meant that the two of them were no longer alive at this time. When the other members of the team heard this, they promptly checked their team windows as well. They simply could not bring themselves to believe what they were seeing was true. Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were both top-tier experts in their guild. Their strength was equal to Quirrell's. If the two of them worked together, even a team of ordinary experts would be helpless against them. It was truly hard to imagine that these two experts had died. "Leader, should we head back and take a look?" an assassin asked. "We can't just let someone kill the members of King's Return and do nothing about it. If we don't deal with this matter properly, the other super guilds will surely make fun of us." "No. Just traveling back to the entrance will take us more than half an hour. By that time, the enemy would have long since disappeared," Quirrell said, shaking his head. "Moreover, we don't have a clear understanding of the situation over there. First, find those two women. We'll talk about what to do next after we've gotten rid of those two. If the enemy is capable of killing both Stranger and Tiger, we cannot underestimate their strength. It is highly likely that the enemy is a powerful team that came here to grind. It won't be too late for us to deal with them after we complete our mission." In Quirrell's opinion, even a great lord-ranked monster would not be able to kill Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger. No doubt the two of them had died at the hands of other players. Moreover, the enemy had to have very large numbers. They should also have many top-tier experts among them. Otherwise, with the two's strength, at least one of them should have survived. As the number of opponents was high, resolving this matter would definitely be time-consuming. Their primary mission was to kill Zero Wing's core members. They would risk letting their targets get away if they chose to deal with this new enemy first. The losses greatly outweighed the gains. Now that they were close to completing this mission, they naturally could not give up halfway. Following which, Quirrell and the other members of the Falcon Legion continued to move deeper into the lair of the Crystal Wolves, defeating one pack of Crystal Wolves after another. "Leader, I found the two women's footprints up ahead. Judging from the tracks, they should have moved through here only recently," an assassin, who had detection activated, said as he looked at the light blue footprints on the ground. These light blue footprints showed that players had passed through this place before. However, these footprints were visible only to players using the detection skill. One could make rough judgments based on the size and brightness of these footprints. The brighter the footprint, the more recently it was left behind. "Good. We can finally put an end to this game of hide-and-seek." Quirrell revealed a cold smile as he looked at his map. As Quirrell said so, the members of the Falcon Legion began slowly walking in the direction indicated by the assassin. "Rain, what should we do now?" Blue Bamboo, who was hiding in a crack in a rock wall, asked nervously as she looked at the slowly approaching Falcon Legion, her hands tightly clenched around her staff. They were currently level 39. If they died now, it would take several days of hard work to make up for the loss. "There's nowhere else to hide. When the time comes, we can only make a last stand. Thoughtful Rain was also out of ideas. Previously, they had used up their instantaneous movement scrolls to escape from the sudden ambush. Afterwards, to shake off the pursuit of their ambushers, they had no choice but to hide inside the crystal maze. Now, however, it seemed that all their efforts were still in vain. As the 18 members of the Falcon Legion moved increasingly closer, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo began casting their respective spells, resolved to fight to their very last breaths. Roar! When the Falcon Legion was roughly 100 yards away from Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, a roar suddenly resounded throughout the cave. The members of the Falcon Legion halted their steps as they turned to look for the origin of this roar one after another. They immediately discovered a tiger the size of a house slowly approaching them, step by step, the paws of this tiger covered in pitch-black flames. Surprisingly, there was actually a person sitting on top of this giant tiger. However, as this person wore a black cloak, the members of the Falcon Legion could not discern this person's appearance or identity. They could only tell that this person was a man. A player? A hint of fear woke in Quirrell's heart as he looked at this cloaked man riding the giant tiger. He had already used an identification skill, which confirmed that the man on the tiger was indeed a player. Then, this situation could only mean one thing. The mysterious player before them was at least level 40. As for the giant tiger, needless to say, it was this player's mount. Moreover, its quality should be very high. Currently, in God's domain, the top 10 players on the ranking list of empires were only level 39. Quirrell had yet to hear of anyone reaching level 40. Since this mysterious player had managed to attain such a level, needless to say, his strength was extremely extraordinary. Leader, that person is coming over. What should we do? A level 37 ranger asked somewhat anxiously. The ranger could feel significant pressure coming from the demonic flame tiger before them. However, the player capable of possessing such a mount was definitely even more powerful. For a time, the members of the Falcon Legion were at a loss as to what to do. Let's find out what his goal is for now. Quirrell did not hurry in making a decision. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the fact that the other party dared to walk over all by himself showed that he had no fear of them whatsoever. Otherwise, he would have long since turned around and left. When dealing with such an expert, making rash decisions was not wise. Isn't that Big Brother Yifeng's mount? The giant tiger gave Blue Bamboo a great sense of familiarity. However, she was also somewhat uncertain. After all, the likelihood of them encountering Feng at this place was abysmally low. That's right. That is indeed the demonic flame tiger. Thoughtful Rain's eyes flickered with joy. She had never thought that they would be able to meet Feng here. However, after a brief moment of joy, her heart filled with anxiety. After all, she could tell that the Falcon Legion was specifically targeting the core members of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Feng was someone important in Zero Wing's upper echelon. He was sure to be one of the Falcon Legion's targets. If they found out Feng's identity, they would immediately jump him for sure. Every member of the Falcon Legion was an expert. Many in the Legion were capable of defeating Gunfire and Death Wind in a one-on-one. Among them, the leading assassin, Quirrell, was incomparably powerful, trouncing even the experienced Death Wind in just a few moves. Feng would definitely end up in an extremely dangerous situation if these 18 experts surrounded him. Just as Thoughtful Rain was thinking of a way to warn Feng. Seated atop the demonic flame tiger, Feng looked down at Quirrell, who stood at the head of the team, and asked, "So you're the ones looking for trouble with Zero Wing?" When Quirrell heard Feng's question, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately understood Feng's objective. Moreover, he was very certain that ordinary strangers and Thunder Tiger's deaths had something to do with Feng. Kill him. Quirrell abruptly retreated and activated stealth. Hearing his command, the members of the Falcon Legion sprang into action. The 3 shield warriors of the team abruptly shifted to the forefront, the healers retreated, the assassins entered stealth, and the magical classes began chanting their spells. Everyone reacted with practiced motions. What is Big Brother Yifeng trying to do? Blue Bamboo could not help but gape when she witnessed this scene. Let's give him a hand. I'll help open a path for him. Blue, you heal him, thoughtful Rain said hurriedly. However, as the 2 of them rose from their hiding place, a gigantic crimson magic array appeared on the ground where the Falcon Legion stood. This skill was none other than the Aura of Fire's skill, Firestorm. Suddenly, flames devoured the Falcon Legion. Despite the 3 shield warriors of the team reacting very quickly and activating shield wall the instant the flames appeared, when bathed in the violent flames, the 3 of them still lost over half of their HPs in the blink of an eye. Naturally, the other classes fared much worse. By the time the flames dissipated completely, the entire area had turned into a scorching hell. Just like that, 13 out of the 18 players died. All at once, the situation of the Falcon Legion took an abrupt turn. Chapter 843, Showing Off One's Trivial Skills Before a Master. At the sight of his companions reduced to ashes, Quirrell's mouth twitched slightly. This large-scale destruction spell came all too suddenly. Evidently, Xiaofan had long since been prepared to cast the spell while he was approaching them. He had only voiced that question earlier to tempt them into attacking him and draw them into his trap. They did not have any time to evade this surprise attack at all. If not for Quirrell being near the edge of the spell's coverage, he would not have been able to utilize the brief invulnerability wind steps provided to rush out of the flames in time. At this moment, he would have most likely suffered the same fate as his 13 other companions. "Leader, what should we do?" a level 37 elementalist asked softly. "We'll retreat," Quirrell replied, gnashing his teeth. Although he didn't want to back off, since the man before them was capable of defeating Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger, just the 5 of them would not be able to do anything to him at all. Previously, they had 18 players on their side, enough hands to activate a magic array to suppress their opponent. Now, however, that plan was no longer viable. If they remained to fight, the only outcome would be a complete team wipe. "Don't think you can escape that easily." Xiaofan smirked slightly as he looked at Quirrell and the others gradually moving away from himself. With quick steps, he approached the closest level 37 elementalist. Previously, in order to survive his firestorm, these players had already used up all their life-saving skills. It would be near impossible for them to escape him now. "Don't hold back when going up against him. I'll pin him down. Ranged classes support me." When Quirrell saw Xiaofan approaching them like a gale, he hurriedly activated his Berserk skill, and his attributes increased by a large margin. He then used shadow steps to appear directly behind Xiaofan and stabbed his Feng-like dagger at Xiaofeng's heart. Absolute Strike. This was the fastest and most powerful skill of the assassin class. In addition to Quirrell's flawless movements, there was practically no time lag between the activation of shadow steps and Absolute Strike. It was simply impossible for ordinary players to guard against his attack. Moreover, after Quirrell activated his Berserk skill, the power and speed of his attack were both boosted to inhuman levels. The elementalist at a distance also shot one fireball after another at the locations Xiaofan dodged to, his coordination with Quirrell seamless. The ranger standing on the other side likewise sent a barrage of frost arrows at Xiaofan, his attacks accurately targeting the swordsman's vital points. Looking at the coordination of the 3 players, even thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who rarely fought other players, could tell that their enemies were very powerful. Immediately, panic appeared on their faces. All at once, however, Xiaofan disappeared. Quirrell's and the others' attacks all struck air. "Where is he?" Quirrell hurriedly observed his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he rushed at the distant elementalist, shouting, "Dodge, quickly!" At this moment, Feng had already appeared behind the elementalist using silent steps. He then violently swung the sacred sword in his hand. A streak of blue light flashed. Dang! Although the blue light was fast, when it landed on the elementalist's body, it moved no further, as if it had struck an impenetrable wall. Ice barrier? Feng was slightly surprised when he looked at the elementalist, who was currently covered in a layer of ice. The elementalist looked just like an ice sculpture right now. Ice barrier was the strongest life-saving skill of the elementalist class, providing the user with invulnerability for 8 seconds. However, after activating the skill, the user would not be able to do anything else. This skill was extremely rare. Generally, finding 1 or 2 people who had learned the skill, out of 100 expert elementalists, was unlikely. Helpless against this skill, Feng could only shift his sights to someone else. However, just as he started searching for a new target, a blue magic array appeared above his head. In the next moment, the rumble of thunder echoed in the cave. Quirrell, who stood at a distance, also revealed a cold sneer on his face. This magic array was the result of him using a Tier 2 magic scroll, Thunder Hell. Not only would the spell deal a frightening amount of damage to a certain area, but it could also prevent players within the affected area from wielding any of their skills. It was a magic scroll that was meant to counter experts in particular. Die! Quirrell shouted as he guided arcs of lightning to descend from the sky. Boom! 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 Arc after arc of lightning descended from overhead, turning a radius of 20 yards into a world of thunder and lightning. Any player caught within the region of Thunder Hell would not survive. Only the elementalist, who had activated Ice Barrier beforehand, would remain unharmed by the spell. Ha ha ha! Team leader is still the best, the ranger laughed proudly as he looked at the flurry of lightning bolts crashing before him. Players were fated to remain as only players. Even if they had extremely high attributes and combat standards, actual field battles did not rely on just these 2 things. External tools still had great influence on the outcome of a battle. Even if Feng possessed attributes rivaling those of a chieftain of the same level, if he could not use any of his skills, he would definitely succumb to the destructive power of a Tier 2 spell with the pitiful amount of HP he possessed. Seeing the lightning storm devouring Feng, Quirrell breathed out a sigh of relief as well. Although Feng's silent steps had surprised him somewhat, the latter must not have expected him to possess a magic scroll that was meant to counter expert players. Only, this magic scroll had a relatively long activation time. However, the elementalist just happened to earn him quite a lot of time. Alright, you guys are next. Quirrell then shifted his gaze towards the distant thoughtful rain. Ah! At this moment, the previously celebrating ranger suddenly screamed as numerous streaks of blue light bloomed on his body. The ranger's body then collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment dropping off his body. How did you manage to escape? Quirrell's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets at the sight of Feng standing behind the dead ranger. Moreover, the swordsman was entirely unharmed. Do you think you're the only one who has a magic scroll? Feng smirked as he picked up the dropped equipment. The appearance of Thunder Hell had indeed shocked him. Fortunately, he always carried around plenty of magic scrolls when he went out, especially the life-saving instantaneous movement scroll. Although the magic scroll had a cooldown of 10 minutes, the scroll boasted instantaneous activation. It was an item specifically meant to counter control skills. Just who are you? Why are you targeting us? Quirrell asked, his complexion deathly pale. However, while Quirrell was posing his question, he was also making subtle gestures, signaling the 2 other assassins in stealth to circle around and ambush Feng. The 2 stealthed assassins nodded silently. They then began approaching Feng with light steps. Both of them were experts capable of melding their actions with their environment. Even a top-tier expert would find it difficult to discover them while they were in stealth. Trying to divert my attention? Feng laughed as he shook his head. He then turned around without any warning and used Thundering Flash. Several arcs of lightning streaked across space. Immediately, two figures emerged in the path the lightning arcs traversed. They were none other than the two stealth assassins whom Quirrell had signaled to before. At this moment, both their bodies fell to the ground abruptly, both their HPs having already hit rock bottom. Feng had activated Omniscient Eyes as soon as the battle began. Hence, he could see the two stealth assassins approaching him as clear as day. He had only pretended not to notice them. However, now that they were taking the initiative to present their lives to him, how could he possibly refuse their offer? Quirrell's complexion darkened significantly when he saw this scene. "Alright, now you're the only one left," Feng said in a low tone. "Only me?" Quirrell was inwardly confused. There was clearly an elementalist still present. Why would Feng say that he was the only one left? In the next moment, a crimson dart appeared in Feng's hand. He then threw the dart at the elementalist stuck inside the ice. Flame God's Fury. The instant the duration of ice barrier ended, before the elementalist could even react, blazing meteor had already appeared before him. Feng's grasp on time had reached perfection. Right after, flames devoured the elementalist completely, reducing his body to a pile of smoldering ash. "Just who are you?" Quirrell asked, fear painted across his face. After he had set up so many traps, even the apex experts in his guild would have succumbed to death by now. Yet, as if he had been playing in Feng's palm all this time, none of his traps had worked on Feng. Just thinking up to this point made his heart shudder in fear, a sense of powerlessness spreading throughout his entire being. "Do you have any last words?" Feng asked softly, not bothering to answer Quirrell's question. Instead, he slowly walked towards the assassin, step by step. For each step Feng took, Quirrell unconsciously retreated by a step as well. Despite his berserk skill being active right now, Quirrell was not the slightest bit confident he could win against Feng. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were watching this scene, were both stupefied. "I am part of King's Return's Falcon Legion. Are you trying to make an enemy out of King's Return?" Quirrell demanded, gnashing his teeth. He did not wish to die. The guild's class competition was rapidly approaching. If he died now, the loss in level, equipment, and skill proficiency would have a significant effect on his performance in the competition. Now, his only choice was to reveal his identity. Previously, the reason they had concealed their identities was to avoid letting Zero Wing take preventive measures against them. With their identities unknown, their subsequent operations would flow much more smoothly. Now that everyone except for himself had died, there was naturally no need to continue hiding this fact. Moreover, the stronger an expert was, the more knowledgeable they were about how powerful super guilds were. If the opponent still dared to make a move even after he revealed this fact, this person would definitely be a fool. Chapter 844, Field of Swords. What? Don't believe me? Upon seeing Feng showing no signs of stopping, Quirrell hurriedly took off his black cloak and displayed his King's Return guild emblem. This sight momentarily stunned Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Why is someone from a super guild targeting us? Thoughtful Rain was confused as she looked at the King's Return's emblem. She no longer possessed her previous joy at seeing Feng defeating the Falcon Legion. On the contrary, she felt somewhat worried, instead. Although she had come into contact with virtual reality games only recently, she still knew just how powerful an existence a super guild was. In current society, virtual reality games had over a century of history already. The super guilds of virtual reality games were just like major celebrities. In the real world, one often saw news coverage of these existences. Hence, it was difficult for one not to know about them. Among them, King's Return operated slightly differently from other super guilds. The guild would occasionally recruit expert players. Regarding popularity, King's Return greatly surpassed the other super guilds. One could frequently hear news of certain powerful experts joining King's Return. Hence, Thoughtful Rain had a certain degree of understanding of the guild, and she knew just how wide the gap between Zero Wing and King's Return was. Whether it was in terms of member count or number of experts, the two guilds were on entirely different levels. If a war were to break out between their two guilds, it would be a disaster for Zero Wing. No wonder you guys dared to take action against Zero Wing's members in Star Moon Kingdom. So you're a member of King's Return. Feng finally understood what was going on. Because he had rejected King's Return's previous offer, the guild was now targeting Zero Wing's core members. However, he immediately smiled at Quirrell and asked, "But don't you know who I am?" Saying so, Feng stored away his black cloak and revealed his original appearance. "Yi Feng?" Quirrell's mouth slackened when he saw Feng's appearance. He simply could not bring himself to believe this was true. Yi Feng was not as famous as Zero Wing's Black Flame and was an existence known only among the major powers of God's domain. But when speaking of strength, Yi Feng was someone who had defeated Sirius, one of the Wolf Kings of the Battle Wolves Guild. After the fight at the Dark Arena, King's Return had even created a database specifically for information on Yi Feng. Quirrell himself had watched the battle video between Yi Feng and Sirius, learning from it. Hence, Quirrell recognized Yi Feng right off the bat. However, although he had indeed recognized who his opponent was, his complexion turned even uglier than before. Damn it! Why is my luck so horrible? To think I would actually encounter him here. At this moment, Quirrell was regretting the fact that he had revealed his own identity. If he had not exposed himself, he might still have a chance of surviving. Now, however, nothing he said would get him out of this situation alive. Although he still had his vanish skill, even if he was stupider, he could tell that invisibility skills were useless against Feng. Otherwise, Feng would not have struck at the stealth assassins behind him without even the slightest bit of hesitation. If even stealth was ineffective, then wanting to escape in front of such an expert was nothing more than a pipe dream. King's Return had done detailed research on that battle at the Dark Arena and made a rough estimation of the attributes of the two fighters already. In terms of basic attributes, he was considerably inferior to Yi Feng. Not to mention, speed was also one of Yi Feng's strong points. Quirrell's face darkened at the sight of Feng rushing over. Damn it! To think that I would have to use that opportunity now. I definitely won't forgive you, Yi Feng. I will definitely massacre every core member of Zero Wing. Quirrell bellowed. He then took out a purple crystal ball from his bag while continuously spewing venomous curses. Just you wait. I, Quirrell, will definitely make you regret this day. In reality, the real reason he did not wish to die was the crystal ball in his hand. This item was something he had obtained unexpectedly after completing one part of a chain quest. It was a one-time use item. Moreover, it could only be stored in his bag and would drop upon death. This item could directly transfer its user to a special space. Based on his research, that special space should be a sacred training ground capable of allowing players to improve their combat techniques and standards. Its effects should be even better than those of a secret technique tablet his guild possessed. This item was something he had kept to himself. Originally, he had intended to wait until he had grown stronger and had hit a bottleneck before going to that special space, because based on the information he obtained, that space was extremely dangerous. If he went there too soon, he would only be wasting this opportunity. Hence, he had always done things with great care, avoiding dangerous situations as much as possible. He had never expected that he would actually be forced to enter that special space due to the mission this time. This crystal ball was his greatest opportunity to join the guild's upper echelon. Now, however, Feng ruined all of his plans. How could Quirrell not be angry? Suddenly, an endless amount of mana rapidly flowed into his body. A crack then appeared in the space behind him. Like a black hole, the spatial crack sucked the assassin towards it. You think you can get away? Feng smiled with disdain. He switched the aura of fire to the aura of time and then activated absolute time. Suddenly, the mana within a radius of 100 yards stilled. The mana surrounding Quirrell's body also dissipated abruptly. Following which, the crack in space started mending itself. No! Quirrell was momentarily dumbfounded. In the next moment, his eyes turned bloodshot as he abruptly executed unique footwork and transformed into 3 identical copies of himself. These 3 copies then charged at Feng maniacally. The 3 indistinguishable copies of Quirrell continuously circled Feng. Die! All 3 Quirrells bellowed as they held their daggers in a reverse grip and stabbed them at Feng. Like a black whirlwind, the pitch-black daggers struck at Feng from all directions. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were watching this scene from afar, were stupefied. They understood clearly that the phenomenon of the black whirlwinds they were seeing right now was not a result of a system-generated skill. Instead, it was the result of a combat technique used by the player himself. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. They were utterly clueless as to how the assassin had achieved such a feat. Compared to Quirrell, the experts they had encountered before were simply weaklings. It was no wonder death wind and gunfire fell at Quirrell's hands in just a few moves. He was practically a monster in human skin. So he's finally using his specialty, Whirlwind Strike? This sudden development did not surprise Feng. After all, Quirrell was no stranger to him. In the past, Quirrell had been titled the Whirlwind Assassin. Although he had not been particularly famous during the early stages of God's domain, upon his promotion to King's Return's middle management, he began improving rapidly. In the end, he had even managed to become an adjudicator of King's Return. His strength back then had been extremely overbearing. Not daring to be careless, Feng chose to activate Thunder God's Descent, which increased his movement speed and attack speed by 150% and damage dealt by 50%, as well as decreased all damage received by 50%. Facing the storm-like dagger attacks, Feng madly brandished his 2 swords. Immediately, sparks scattered as the clangor of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the surroundings multiple times. Feng had already reached the Void Realm. He had long since exerted his 5 senses to their limits. He read his surroundings like an open book. Even if it was an attack that was invisible to the naked eye, Feng could still clearly perceive it and execute a timely response. In the next moment, numerous streaks of blue and silver lights bloomed around Feng's body, forming an inviolable field. As long as the black daggers entered this field, they would immediately get repelled. Since Quirrell had his berserk skill activated, the assassin was superior to Feng in strength. Hence, Feng would lose around 200 HP following each clash of their weapons. Fortunately, with Thunder God's Descent, Feng still had a clear speed advantage, so none of Quirrell's attacks managed to penetrate his defense. Aside from blocking all of Quirrell's attacks, Feng would also occasionally strike back at the assassin, reaping a large chunk of the latter's HP. In reality, Feng could have ended the battle instantly. However, he wanted to improve his own techniques by fighting the assassin. Hence, he had not bothered using any of his berserk skills to increase his attributes. How can this be? Why can't I hit him? The more Quirrell fought, the more fearful he became. Despite having already activated his berserk skill, his basic attribute surpassing Feng, he could not break through Feng's defense no matter what. On the other hand, Feng managed to strike at his vital points time after time, whittling his HP chunk after chunk until it finally zeroed out. As Quirrell fell reluctantly to the ground, he also dropped several items. Chapter 845, 5 Great Legacies. When Quirrell died, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had watched quietly from afar, were astonished. When they looked at Feng again, shock filled their eyes. They felt as if the man before them was a stranger. This was the first time they ever truly understood Feng's strength. Those two were simply too strong. Words alone were no longer sufficient to describe this level of strength. This was the first time they had ever witnessed such an intense battle. Their eyes had not been fast enough to keep up with the combatants' speed, let alone their bodies. If they had fought Quirrell, the battle would have ended as soon as it had begun. In the end, however, Feng was still superior. Big brother Feng is so strong. If I had even half of his skill, I could defeat Autumn Goose. Excitement filled Blue Bamboo's eyes as she stared at Feng. Thoughtful Rain could not help herself from laughing when she heard her friend's words. When they were usually out in the fields adventuring and questing, Blue Bamboo was always lazy. She was never particularly interested in fighting and would generally stay in the back to heal the members of their party. Although they had advised her many times to brush up on her combat techniques, she never bothered to do so. Instead, she usually replied by saying that it would be fine so long as she had good equipment and that she didn't need good combat techniques. Thoughtful Rain had never thought that the girl would be mesmerized by this one battle's combat techniques. Alright, enough daydreaming. Let's head over there. It's too dangerous to stay here, Thoughtful Rain said, laughing. Feng began to collect his loot. Naturally, an elite squadron from King's Return, led by an expert like Quirrell, possessed excellent equipment. Every piece of equipment they dropped was level 35 dark gold quality. Each item was worth dozens of gold. In total, he had gained several hundred golds worth of equipment. Huh? What's this? While Feng looked over the loot he had placed in his bag, he discovered a glowing, purple crystal ball. Among the many weapons and equipment that dropped, it was eye-catching. Moreover, Feng felt a faint hint of pressure from this crystal ball, a very familiar pressure. Divine Might. It was a special power that only gods could wield. This is interesting. Feng took out the crystal ball and observed it carefully. Spatial Transfer Orb, consumable. Able to send one player to a mysterious otherworld. This item can only be stored in the bag. Drops upon death. There were very few items in God's domain capable of sending players to an otherworld. Based on Feng's understanding, every item that could transfer players to an otherworld was considered an absolute treasure. Even an epic item was not as valuable. In God's domain, an otherworld was the equivalent of a dungeon. Only, this dungeon was a lot larger than generic dungeons. Otherworlds also offered far more bountiful rewards. The lowest reward one could obtain in an otherworld was an epic item. Some people had even obtained fragmented legendary items in the past, while others earned super skills and such. To put it simply, all of the rewards one could gain in an otherworld could significantly improve a player's strength. It's no wonder why he had tried so hard to live. He obtained a chance to head to an otherworld. I wonder what rank this otherworld is. When Feng recalled the Quirrell's deranged expression as the assassin fought, he could not help but chuckle. He would have fought desperately to live, too. Quirrell hadn't been particularly famous in King's Return during the early stages of the game either. However, after joining the guild's middle management, his progress had suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. His progress might very well be related to this thing. There were many otherworlds in God's domain. Based on the main God system's categorization, otherworlds fell into common, epic, and legendary rank, with each one being larger than the previous. Each rank also offered players greater benefits. A common otherworld alone could massively impact a player's growth. By visiting a common otherworld, an ordinary player could instantly become an expert. There was no need to mention epic or legendary otherworlds. However, the majority of the otherworlds in God's domain were common rank. Even so, many desperately wished to encounter one, but alas, many failed. In the past, when players had discovered otherworlds, the various large guilds had frantically searched for clues relating to them in the hopes of nurturing a large batch of their own experts. After all, there were innumerable guilds in the virtual gaming world. Not every one of them could nurture their own experts. With such a golden opportunity available, the various large guilds could not let it slip through their fingers. In the past, a top-tier expert had sold an opportunity to go to an otherworld at an auction. Although the otherworld in question had only been common rank, the various large guilds fought over it like a pack of wolves. In the end, Summer's Emerald, a first-rate guild, had won the transfer tool for 15,000 gold. Everyone who had participated in that auction had been stunned. After all, during that time, a single epic item had only sold for around 2,000 or 3,000 gold. With that much money, one could easily purchase 5 or 6 epic items. One could also use 15,000 gold to purchase a good plot of land. Yet, Summer's Emerald had used that money to purchase a common otherworld, which was the equivalent of a single epic item. Wasting so much money was the epitome of foolishness. Yet, nobody could have ever imagined that, in the end, Summer's Emerald would profit from the exchange. The guild had only obtained a single epic weapon, which was worth roughly 6,000 gold, from the common otherworld. That had been far less than the money it had spent. However, thanks to the adventures in the otherworld, Summer's Emerald had also gained a Void Realm expert. The outcome had made many guilds regret not fighting harder during the auction. From then on, transfer tools to otherworlds became extraordinarily precious. Even Xiaofan, who had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild, had invested a long amount of time before he had gotten his hands on a common otherworld transfer tool. Although he had not experienced breakthrough during his visit, his combat techniques had improved significantly. What a strange transfer tool. It doesn't have a rank displayed. Even after observing with omniscient eyes, Feng had not discerned the purple crystal ball's rank. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, although there was no rank displayed, the crystal ball reminded Feng of something. Otherworld transfer tools. This was a good option to cultivate guild experts. The general populace had yet to learn of otherworlds. They were also not well known by the various large guilds. Hence, none of the guilds were bothering to look for clues regarding otherworlds. Although Feng only knew 5 or 6 clues, no one else had obtained any of these otherworld transfer tools. He could head out to search for them. Once he obtained these otherworld transfer tools, he might be able to increase the number of Zero Wings Refinement Realm experts. As Blue Bamboo walked over, her eyes practically shone as she looked at Feng. Patting her ample chest, she said, "Big brother Feng, it is truly a blessing to meet you here. If not for you, Rain and I would have suffered. From today on, I've decided to work hard to improve myself. Big brother Feng, can you teach me how to fight, please? I only hurried over here after hearing from Autumn Goose that you were ambushed. Fortunately, I made it in time. It is a good thing that you wish to learn how to fight. Unfortunately, as I am not a cleric, I am not particularly clear as to how clerics should fight. However, I can have Violet teach you. Her combat standard ranks at the very top of our guild." Feng chuckled. "Really?" Blue Bamboo's eyes flashed with excitement when she heard this. She had only made the comment as a joke. She knew full well just how busy Feng was. How could he possibly have time to teach her? However, she had not expected to get a chance to learn from her idol. She felt as if she were dreaming. Of course. When have I ever lied? Feng nodded. By the way, why did you two come to the Crystal Forest? Didn't you already finish your quest? We thought we had finished it. However, after I handed the quest in, I received another special quest that requires me to collect a crystal heart. However, we have yet to obtain it, Thoughtful Rain explained. Crystal heart? What kind of quest is this? Feng was slightly surprised. He knew how to obtain the crystal heart. One had to kill the Crystal Wolf King. The quest was not easy to complete alone. Thoughtful Rain then sent Feng the quest details. How did you receive this quest? Feng could not help his shock upon reading the quest introduction. The quest Thoughtful Rain had accepted was no ordinary quest. Rather, it was one of Star Moon Kingdom's 5 great legacy quests. The Witch's Sin. Chapter 846, Witch's Sin. When Feng read the quest introduction, he wondered if he had read it wrong. However, after reading it a few more times, he was 100% certain that this quest was one of Star Moon Kingdom's 5 great legacy quests. Is this quest very difficult? Thoughtful Rain asked when she saw Feng's shocked expression. I can't say for certain, but it should be more difficult than an epic quest, Feng explained. Just for the first phase of your quest, you have to kill the Crystal Wolf King to obtain the Crystal Heart. There were many legacies in God's domain. However, in Star Moon Kingdom, there were 5 legacies known to be the strongest. The Witch's Sin was one of them. These 5 great legacies were all peak legacies. Unfortunately, there was no concrete method to triggering any of these 5 great legacies quests. It was highly possible for one to trigger the quest after completing an ordinary quest. Those who encountered these 5 great legacy quests were extremely lucky. They were the system's pampered children. After all, peak legacies were extraordinary. As long as one succeeded in their class change, they would improve their strength tremendously. Until now, throughout Zero Wing, only Feng and Violet Cloud had managed to obtain a hidden class. One could just imagine how rare hidden classes were. However, stumbling upon one of Star Moon Kingdom's 5 great legacies and completing one were completely different matters. Most importantly, there would be frightening consequences if one failed the quest after accepting it. Those who failed a basic legacy quest would, at worst, be barred from logging into the game for a certain amount of time. They could continue challenging the quest once they were able to log back into the game. As for legacies that provided hidden classes, players only had one chance. Failing these legacy quests usually resulted in a single death. However, the punishment for failing the 5 great legacy quests was extremely severe. Not only would one lose 3 levels, but they would also enter a weakened state for 10 days. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. The worst part about failing one of the 5 great legacy quests was that one would permanently lose some of their luck attribute. The luck attribute was a hidden attribute. Normally, it was difficult to increase the attribute by 1 or 2 points. If a player permanently lost some of their luck as a result of failing the legacy quest, it would massively impact their performance in various aspects such as their drop rate when opening treasure chests and grinding monsters. Due to this, the 5 great legacies of Star Moon Kingdom had been extremely famous in the past. There was only a thin line separating heaven and hell. On the surface, they were known as the 5 great legacies. Secretly, however, players knew them as the 5 great curses. In the past, many players had obtained the 5 great legacy quests of Star Moon Kingdom. However, based on Feng's knowledge, Gentle Snow was the only one who had completed one of the quests. He had never heard of anyone else. One could just imagine how difficult the quests were. Correspondingly, however, when Gentle Snow had obtained one of the 5 great legacies, she had risen to fame in God's domain instantly. In field and guild battles, she had killed plenty of top-tier experts and had even killed apex experts. Unfortunately, she had suddenly disappeared from the game, and the incident became one of God's domain's unresolved mysteries. If Gentle Snow had not left God's domain, many people speculated that she would have become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in Starmoon Kingdom. Many players could not help but sigh at how unfortunate the situation was. Hence, when Xiaofan saw that Thoughtful Rain had accepted the legacy quest for the Witch's Sin, he was both excited and worried. More difficult than an epic quest? Thoughtful Rain's eyes widened when she heard this, and inwardly, she smiled bitterly. Up until now, she had completed many quests in God's domain, so she understood one thing very well. The more difficult a quest was, the more difficult its punishment for failure would be. There was nothing good in accepting a quest that was beyond her abilities. A player would suffer if they failed an epic quest. If she failed a quest that was even more difficult than an epic quest, she did not dare to imagine the consequences awaiting her. There is no need to get too hung up about it. The quest has a time limit of 3 months. You still have 3 months to grow stronger and complete this quest. During this period, how do you feel about training with the guild's main force? Xiaofan asked. Even Xiaofan didn't know the finer details of the 5 great legacy quests. However, since it was a legacy quest, Xiaofan was sure of one thing: players had to rely on their own strength to pass the quest's final phase. If one were strong enough, it would not be too difficult to complete the legacy quest. Based on what Xiaofan remembered, Gentle Snow had completed her legacy quest when she had reached the Flowing Water Realm. As long as Thoughtful Rain could also reach the Flowing Water Realm, she should have no problems completing the final test. At that time, Zero Wing would have another player with a hidden class. I can join in the training? Thoughtful Rain could not help her surprise when she heard Xiaofang's offer. The treatment Zero Wing's main force enjoyed was far from ordinary. The magic crystals they received each day alone even made experts like Autumn Goose drool. One could use magic crystals to challenge the Trial Tower inside the Divine Colosseum and improve their combat standards. The magic crystal was an absolute hard currency. However, its supply was low, and it was difficult to obtain even if one had the money. Large guilds would generally supply their main force members with around 3 to 5 magic crystals each day. However, Zero Wing gave its main force members 15 crystals per day. In other words, Zero Wing's main force members could challenge the Trial Tower up to 15 times each day. Even the members of large guilds could not catch up to their development speed. Moreover, based on what she had heard, Zero Wing's main force members also got to watch all sorts of battle videos. These battle videos included expert battles that were not available on the internet. In addition, they could also spar against top-tier experts like Fire Dance. However, the most amazing part about being a member of Zero Wing's main force was the rumored 100-berry wine. Although she did not know the purpose of the 100-berry wine, she knew that even the main force members fought over this item like crazy. Some were even willing to trade a large amount of guild contribution points and magic crystals for it. However, those who obtained the 100-berry wine would never trade them. Instead, they consumed the beverage secretly. One could just imagine how valuable the item was. Big Brother Feng, can I train with the main force as well? Blue Bamboo asked sweetly as she batted her eyelashes. Sure, but let me say this first. You two are only reserve members. If you fail the exam 3 times, you'll be kicked out of the team, Xiaofan strictly informed the women. Thank you, Big Brother Feng. When Autumn and the others hear about this, they will die from envy. Blue Bamboo could not help but giggle when she thought about the benefits the main force members enjoyed. Right, how long will it take before you two are released from your locked state? Xiaofan asked. Roughly 2 hours, Thoughtful Rain replied after she took a look at her status window. Although their enemies were already dead, the soul lock debuff was in effect. They were still stuck in a combat state and could not use a return scroll to leave. Blue, have you learned the Dispel skill? Xiaofan asked Blue Bamboo. Cleric's Dispel skill was not mainstream. Moreover, the skill was relatively rare. Very few clerics had it. However, this skill had a miraculous effect when raiding certain bosses. Dispel could remove a positive buff from an enemy. To bosses who loved buffing themselves, this was the equivalent of yanking out their fangs and claws. The Crystal Wolf King was one such boss. Emicham. I bought one from the auction house and learned it already, Blue Bamboo said and nodded strangely. Good. Has it reached Tier 1 yet? Feng had dealt with the Crystal Wolf King many times before. If one used a Tier 0 Dispel, at most, they could remove a few Tier 2 buffs. Only a Tier 1 Dispel could remove buffs from Tier 3 skills. This, not yet. I don't use this skill very often, Blue Bamboo answered awkwardly. Take these magic scrolls. When the time comes, use them before you use Dispel, Feng said. He then took out 5 golden Tier 1 magic scrolls from his bag and handed them to Blue Bamboo. These 5 magic scrolls were spell amplification scrolls. Each one could upgrade a spell up to Tier 1. Big brother Yifeng, what am I supposed to do with these? Blue Bamboo was even more confused now. We're getting ready to kill the Crystal Wolf King, of course, Feng responded casually. Kill the Crystal Wolf King? Blue Bamboo was stunned. Thoughtful Rain was also at a loss for words. They had already seen the Crystal Wolf King. It was a level 50 Great Lord. With just the 3 of them, challenging it would be tantamount to suicide. However, ignoring the 2 women's shock, Feng retrieved 2 contracts from his bag and began to chant an incantation. Emerge. Immediately, 2 teleportation magic arrays appeared on the ground. Following a flash of silver light, 2 figures, a man and a woman, emerged from the 2 magic arrays. These 2 were none other than Kite and Anna, Feng's personal guards. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.